Hey everybody, let's do this again. Welcome back. We are live from my garage. How is everybody doing this evening? For those of you who are new, welcome. For those of you who are returning, welcome. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Mark. I do fireworks. I'm in the UK, and yeah, I do fireworks professionally. And I'm doing some prep here for some of the shows that I've got coming up for Bonfire Night in just over a week and a bit's time. So this show we started prepping for yesterday on the stream. I streamed for 4 hours 34 minutes, which was a brand new record. It was the longest ever stream I've done by 2 minutes. So we're not going to go that long again tonight because I've got to actually work now tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning. So, but we'll go for a good few hours anyway this evening. So welcome in everybody. We'll give everybody a few more minutes to just join in. 6 of you here already. Baby Lisa was the first in the chat again. Hi, Baby Lisa. Craig is here. Craig says ready. Great. Bulletproof Mum is here again. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. So you might have seen, if you were watching the stream yesterday, it's a little bit more complete than it was yesterday. There's still plenty to do. So where we left it last night, we'd finished this first fountain table completely, pretty much. We'd taped everything down on this one, but we hadn't connected everything, and we hadn't done anything on the other three. So this afternoon, off stream, what I've done, I've put the rest of the brackets in on all these boards. These are little 50mm shelving brackets. You can get these from Amazon, like a pack of 30. Really useful, really good because of the same thickness as the gaffer tape, which I use wherever I put it. Here it is, for securing these to the fountains. So I've put all these on the rest of the boards now in the right place. So what we want to do on this stream is I want to tape everything down. I want to get everything connected up with the electronic talon igniters to the rails which are on the back of these boards. So Bulletproof Mum says ignore typos. Yes, I was going to read out your messages, Mike. It didn't make any sense, so I just skimmed over it, but that's fine. Joseph is back here again. Welcome back, Joseph. Nice to have you here. Way, another live stream, you winner. You must have stayed up all night doing them. Yeah, we streamed. I started just before 9 p.m. last night and finished, I think it was about 1:30, 1:45, I don't know. We went over 4.5 hours last night. It's going to be a little bit shorter tonight. I'm not going to go past midnight tonight. I'm determined not to go past midnight. We might go up to midnight, but I'm not going to go past midnight because I do now have to work tomorrow. I've got a whole day. I've got a 12-hour day tomorrow, so I can't go all night again doing this. But there's still lots we can do, lots to talk about. And Craig is here. Craig says, evening, Mark. Evening. Hello, welcome back. And thanks. It's great to see you guys again. I know you were all here yesterday. And what a lot of fun we had. We didn't get a lot done, but we had a lot of fun. We did a lot of chatting. I did a lot of chatting. My voice just about held up. Is it better today? No, my throat's still really sore, but I've dosed myself up on Lemsip and Strepsils and things like that. So I should be good for a few more hours, all being well. Loads of progress since I was there. Yeah, it looks like these are all complete, aren't they? They're not actually. Nothing's actually taped in yet on these boards or connected up. So, oh, and also I got the little Catherine wheels on the front as well. I hammered those in this afternoon as well. But there's still plenty to do as I chat and interact with you guys. So we will get stuck right in. 10 of you here at the moment. Welcome in, everybody. Say if you're new, my name's Mark. I do fireworks. And I like to live stream as well. I do firework reviews, first exclusive landed footage of a lot of stuff as well on my channel. All kind of good things, firework related, all family friendly, all legal, all responsible. I'm all about promoting the safe, responsible, enjoyable use of fireworks. And as I say, my channel is family friendly. You won't hear any bad language. So it's suitable for children to watch as well. So welcome in, everybody. Let's get right to it. Chris is here. Kamara Brocade says, hey Mark, hey Chris, thanks for being here again. 12 hours is harsh. You have a normal job as well as pyro. So I am actually self-employed, which is quite good. So I am my own boss and I work in the event industry. I'm an event professional. I do lighting, I do sound. Obviously I do pyrotechnics and fireworks and things as well. So I've actually got a last minute job for a conference tomorrow. So I'm doing sound for a conference, but the call time's like 6:30 in the morning and it's expected to finish at 6:30 at night. So it'll be a 12-hour shift all the way through with no break. So, but hey, I'm an event professional. I'm used to working in those kind of environments and those kind of long, lengthy shifts. So for that reason, I'm not going to go past midnight tonight streaming, but that's why we started a bit early. It's just gone 8 o'clock here in the UK. We'll stream for a good few hours tonight and get more of this done. So thanks for your company. It's great to have you all here. David is here. David Bailey from Wales. Welcome in, David. Fantastic. Yes, this is my normal job as well as pyro. So I do pyro professionally. I do crew for a display company, but I don't make a living as such from pyro. I make a living from doing my my event professional sound engineering and lighting and all those kind of things. So that's what pays the bills. This doesn't pay any bills. This is why I do other jobs to get the money to be able to buy fireworks to enjoy them. It's a hobby, but as I say, I do it professionally as well. So. Starting my fusing tomorrow. Always find fountains so fiddly and time consuming. Nice to get them done early. I agree. Fountains are probably the most time consuming things, but I like to get them kind of all neat and all done and really nice and compact and try and reduce the... I've been fortunate. I used these boards for the first time last year. You might have seen them on the stream if you watched. I'm using them again this year. Everything's really compacted together. It makes it easy to transport, makes it a lot quicker to set up on the day, makes it easy to just throw a bag over it to waterproof it. But of course, everything is really quite tightly packed in here. So always a challenge, quite fiddly to fuse, really quite fiddly to fuse if you're e-matching. I'm using Talon igniters. We'll talk about those again in a little while. I'm using Talon igniters on all these fuse boards just for quickness and simplicity. This show is going to happen in Liverpool a week on Sunday, the 3rd of November. It's not a pyro musical, so I'm not that bothered about split-second timing, so I can get away with just using Talons on these fountains. The cakes and things that I'm going to be using in this display will be e-matched on site, but all this slot on here will be Talon, and that's why I can safely set it up here in my garage. That's a good word, isn't it? Garage with negligible risk. You couldn't really e-match here. It wouldn't be safe to do so. You really should e-match on your firing site itself. Philip Atkinson is here. Hey up, Marco. It's me, Uncle Chunkle. That's great. And welcome in, Philip. That's great. Baby Lee says, can you say hi to Santa and Ginger? Are they dogs, I'm guessing? Because it's not Christmas yet. We can't say hello to Santa yet. It's not even December. My 3-year-old daughter's been saying for like the last weeks, is it nearly Christmas? Is it nearly Christmas? No, not yet. Is it Christmas tomorrow? No, not yet. Right, okay, so this first board is kind of done as much as we can. If you're watching the stream yesterday, you'll know that I have actually swapped out a few products. I was originally going to have on the front of these little fountains. These are new from Fab Fireworks this year, box of 3 little magical fountains. Here's one of them. I looked at the China footage and thought, yeah, they look all right. I'll have 5 boxes of those, please. I got given one of these to film and fire and get some landed footage from earlier this week. Seems like a lifetime ago, but it was only just this week. I fired them, and I'll be honest, I wasn't overly impressed with them. There's meant to be 3 different effects in here, a red one, a green one, and a blue one. And there is, but they're only literally in the last 5 seconds of the fountains. The fountains only last 15 seconds each. They start off all identical as just like a silver plume, quite boring. And the effect, really, the colour is only in the last 5 seconds. So not really that exciting. And also, whilst they look a decent size, inside a lot of air. I can stick my finger right down there. The fountain itself only goes to there. So it's a tiny little conic fountain, not this great big thing that you'd believe is what it is. So I didn't really like these. So the supplier has been very good and said I can take these back and swap them out for another set of little mini fountains that I fired this week, which I was really impressed with. It by Vulcan Fireworks, a little set called Fountain Assortment. These are the the carcasses of the ones I fired. 4 little fountains, each one's 10 grams. Those magical fountains were 18 grams each. These are only 10 grams, but there were 4 different and quite unusual effects, not just your standard kind of red and green or silver fountains. Some really nice colours in there. Even though the duration was quite short, they were a lot better, I thought, than the magical fountains. So I'm swapping those magical fountains out, and instead I'm going to have 5 sets of these along the front of my display, which would be really nice. If you want to see what these look like, go check them out on my channel. I did some landed footage and a review of them 2 days ago, I think. But these are little Vulcan assortment. So Vulcan Fireworks, a little fountain assortment there, which is going to be going on these boards next week. So that's what these brackets are for on the very front of each board. You'll see there's 4 brackets. So these 4 are going to kind of go up against here, and then we'll connect those up. But that's for next week. But everything else I have ready to go on these fountain boards. So that's what we are doing at the moment. We're connecting all that up, making that all nice and secure. Chris says, do I foil over your Cat 5 cables where they exit those platforms to protect them from falling sparks? I'm doing this. Right, so yeah, that's a good question. What I've done, and you'll like this because it's really clever. If I turn one of these around, if I can, let's do that. I'll turn this one around. So I've got my slats, my rails on the back of these boards, but if you'll see, I've actually kind of done them underneath. Let me see if I can see it. Does that appear on camera or is that cut off? That's just about on camera. Let me bring this a bit closer and we can see. So my rails where I connect them to are actually protected from falling sparks because they are underneath. Am I on camera there? Well, does that show? Let me lift this up a little bit. There we go. So my rail is under here. You can see there's a lip here. If I turn it side on, you get a better view there. So my rail is under there. Deliberately done that so that it's protected. Any sparks that come down here will go nowhere near this rail at all. Cat 5 cable comes out here. Yeah, there's a chance the sparks could do it, but to be honest, I've never really had an issue with sparks falling onto a Cat 5 cable and doing a lot of damage. These are only low power fountains as well and short duration. If you're that concerned, yeah, I guess you could foil them. I think that's a bit of overkill. Thing is as well, because this firing system uses standard Cat 5 cables, they're readily, easily replaceable. So in the unlikely event that a Cat 5 cable did get scorched and really, really damaged, you know, it's not going to cost the earth to just replace it. So I'd say it's probably a bit of overkill to foil your cables, unless they are running very close to a long-lasting fountain. If I had a big fountain on here like one of these, which is going to be used in my other display, if I had a Goldilocks on here, for example, and it was right next to where the Cat 5 cable was going to come out, yeah, I might put a bit of protection over that because this is a long-lasting fountain. It does have a lot of fallout. But these fountains on here, not particularly long duration, not particularly powerful, so I'm not concerned. But, you know, see what fountains you've got. If you want to foil over the top of the cables, it's not going to do any harm. It might just be quite tricky to get the foil off again at the end, but personally, I probably wouldn't bother. So, Bulletproof Mum says, I just watched that lovely little fountains. Yeah, they really were. I say I wasn't expecting much from these little Vulcan ones. They're only 10 grams each, but I thought they were much better than the magical fountains. You can decide for yourself. There's a video of these and a video of the magical fountains on my channel. Some really unusual effects in here. And one of them has like orange jelly beans coming out, which is in itself quite unusual. And the peacock one had lovely emerald colours coming out. So nice variety. I was just thinking these were going to be boring, kind of mundane, red, green and silver, but no, quite surprised with these. So I prefer these. So yeah, go check that video out on my channel. And if you're new to my channel and you like fireworks, please do consider hitting the subscribe button, and that way you'll be notified when I go live like this, or I upload exclusive videos and things like that. So there we go. Chris says, a good idea. I need to add a shelf for my rails. Yeah, and that's possibly the best way to do it. If you've got a fountain board like this, don't have your rails themselves exposed. Tuck them underneath where the sparks can't get them. Philip says, I'm picking up my 3 new Celtic Monster fountains tomorrow, along with my, wow, 3 of those fountains is going to look absolutely epic. Philip, I don't know if you saw my video. I put the video out today. We were talking about the Celtic Monster fountain on the stream yesterday, and people were saying, oh, have you seen it? What do you think of it? I have seen it. I got gifted one earlier in the week to film and fire and review, and I did that. The video went out on my channel a few hours ago on this afternoon. It's an amazing fountain. So the fact that you've got 3 of them, wow, that's going to be absolutely epic, Philip. I'm not jealous at all. Joe says, could always use gaffer tape a length of conduit to the length of the stand. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways you could shield and protect your Cat 5 cables. It's never been an issue for me, so it's not something I've really considered necessary to do. But you know, if you want to do it, there's nothing wrong with that. Just create more work for yourself, I guess. Baby Lee says, last night was quite funny. I watched you live till 1:28. Didn't fall asleep till 1:40. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I know you guys weren't around for the entire stream last night because I did go on quite late. And of course, I appreciate it was a Thursday and people have got work the next morning. I get all that. But if you were here for the duration last night, what a fun we had, didn't we? We even had some polls and you guys actually had an input on the design of this show, because I realised I didn't have enough channels on a couple of these boards. We had to rejig things around. I wasn't quite sure how to do it. So we put it out to an audience vote and you guys decided for me. And I really appreciate that. And that's what what we're going with. So whatever you guys said last night in the poll, that's what we are going to do. So yeah, it was a real great interactive stream last night. Lots of fun. Didn't get a lot done, but had a lot of fun. Santa and Ginger is a cat. Santa, let me read that. In case you don't know who Santa and Ginger, Ginger is a cat and Santa is a human who delivers presents for good people. I know who Santa is, Baby Peach, but I don't know why you want me to say hello to Santa. We are in November. Let's get bonfire night out of the way first, and then when it's December, we can start thinking about Santa. So, I don't know. Right, okay. Let's get started. I've been saying that now for the past 15 minutes. I haven't actually started. So where are we up to? We got this board taped down. We got everything connected with the talons. We got everything foiled on the top. This one, we got everything taped down. We need to connect all the talons and then we need to foil the top. So we'll do that. We'll kind of work our way along, I think. So everything's taped down. So on this board, if you weren't here last night, we've got 3 little traffic light fountains from Standard. They're not the original traffic lights, but they're kind of, you know, the closest you can get to them these days. So little conic fountains that kind of like, one has a yellow flame, one has a red flame, and of course one has a green flame, obviously like traffic lights. So 3 of those along the front. Here we've got a little TNT crickets fountain. TNT, they're going to be a brand that sort of disappears now in the UK. We were discussing this on the stream last night. They've been bought out by Chestnut Trading and kind of rebranded to CT Pyro. So we're not going to see the TNT name much longer here in the UK, which is a shame because it's been around a while. But these are little fountains. I picked these up because they were literally about £2 each, and I think these last about 2 minutes, a minute and a half, something like that. 60 grams in them, category F2, little things. I thought, yeah, they'll do all right. And the thing about this display, in case you don't know, this display I'm doing in Liverpool, it's on a restricted site. I can't get the audience as far away as would necessitate for category F3, the bigger fireworks. So everything's category F2 or below. There's a few little Cat 1 pieces in, there's some T1 pieces in as well. We looked at these yesterday on the stream. These are brand new from Celtic. So new, in fact, that there's no footage of these yet, and they're not actually available on any website to buy just yet, but they're from Celtic Fireworks. They are Pyrotechnic Bengal Flames, category T1, 35 grams, 20mm caliber, and last 60 seconds. They sounded really unusual, so I'm going to put them in this display and see what they're like. I'm hoping for good things because they're Celtic, so we'll see. What are your thoughts on the new funky gold bomber? We've got 3 and the footage looks amazing. Yeah, I'll be totally honest, I haven't actually witnessed any funky stuff with my own eyes yet. I've seen footage and the footage does look impressive, but I can't really give you my view on it because I haven't actually fired any funky products yet myself. I think one of the issues is that Funky is still a relatively new brand and there's only a couple of suppliers really in the UK that's available from, so I haven't been able to get my hands on any yet, but you're right, the footage of it does look amazing. So yeah, fire them and let me know. Clive is here, says, hi mate, how's it going? How's it doing? Long time, probably about a year ago. Oh, well, that's great. Well, welcome back, Clive. If it's been a year since you last watched me, then welcome back. What have you missed? You've missed quite a lot. Well, actually, we didn't. I streamed for 4.5 hours yesterday and didn't get an awful lot done because I was chatting with you guys. But welcome back. You are so welcome, Clive. Thanks for finding me again. Great to have your company this evening. Right. So we were saying what's on here. So we took the TNT fountains, little cricket fountains. The interesting thing about these as well, I said this on the stream yesterday, you can actually get this exact same fountain in the States. I know some of my subscribers are from the US, and you can actually get this crickets fountain, this exact same fountain in the US, which is unusual because most of the time your fireworks over there are completely different to our fireworks here in the UK. This one is available in both the US and the UK, so I thought I'd put that in for you guys as well. So that's in there. Then we've got this the Skycrafter 100 Snappy Days. It's a little 100-shot candle. It shoots up little red and green snappy little pearls. Next to that, I'm really pleased that these have come back in. These are the Hocus Pocus mine/fountain combination from Brothers Pyrotechnics. These were around for years and then they disappeared for quite a while. They're back this year, which is amazing because I love these. I find audiences really like these as well. So what it is, it's a mine and fountain combination. What does that mean? It means it's got both fountains and mines in. So it starts off with a silver fountain for 20 odd seconds, and then we get a mine effect, like a big whoosh of crackle, and then it goes back to the fountain, and then another whoosh, and then so it's got 3 mine lifts in here. So interesting, novel. Audiences kind of quite like this, I found from experience. I was sad when it went away. I'm pleased that it's back. So I put a couple of these in this display in Liverpool, and for my display in Manchester, because I'm doing 2 displays this year. One on the Sunday, the 3rd of November in Liverpool, one on Bonfire Night itself here in Manchester. That one's going to have 5 of those in. I've got more space to play with on that one. It's going to be on a football pitch. So I've got a bit more space, so I'm going to do 5 of those. 2 of them in this display, 5 in the other display. It's going to be quite interesting doing the one on the football pitch because it's a professional football club. They have a proper pitch, which I can't damage. So normally when I'm doing cakes and things like that, I will hammer stakes into the ground, put the cakes up against those and tape around and things like that. I obviously can't do that on a football pitch. So having to sort of rethink that a little bit and do things a little bit different. And we'll cover that on another live stream because this isn't going to be the only live stream. If you might have noticed, we did one last night, we'll do one tonight. Probably won't be one tomorrow because I'm working a 12-hour day, but then we might do one on Sunday, and there'll be some early next week as well. So lots more to come, and we'll look at that other display as well. Tonight, though, I'm just focusing on getting these done for my display in Liverpool on the 3rd. Let me catch up a little bit on chat. Clive says, thanks for having me. Love your videos. Very interesting. Thanks, Clive. I appreciate that. Thank you. Baby Lee says you had a monster fountain reviewed 7 hours ago. What are your thoughts on it? Well, if you want to know what my thoughts are on it, watch the review video because my thoughts are on there. Bulletproof Mom says, "Oh, good to see Hocus Pocus back. Always causes giggles." Yeah, it's a nice little fountain and mine. The great thing about it is, even though it has a mine lift, it's not then got brakes, so it's not low noise. But equally, it's not going to scare kids because quite often with mine effects, they can be a little bit scary for young kids who perhaps don't like the sudden effects. But this is okay. This is enough to make them go ooh-ah, but without them getting all scared. So nice little unit that. 3D printer guy's back. Hi Mark, how are you and how is everyone else? Great to have you here. We were just saying 3D printer guy before that yesterday you actually had an input in the show, in the design of this show, and I have tweaked things around. I'll show you. You may remember on this first board originally we had this crackle mine going straight up. I've now done that one at an angle. We're going to do the 3 on here in a fan, and then we're going to do another one on this last board at an angle going the other way. So that was a result of your input, so I appreciate that. And of course that was a result of the public vote that we did yesterday as well. So there we go. Cake boards can be bulky to transport. Actually, I missed that. Let's go back to that. Let's see what Chris says. Hocus Pocus is a classic, although often the mines blow the fuse out of the next tube, so sometimes yeah, it's interesting. I've never actually had that. I've fired quite a few of these over the years and never actually had an issue with it, only part firing. But that's interesting. We'll see how these ones perform. The new 2024 batch. I assume the 2024. Let's check the batch. I can't actually see. Usually they say the date of manufacture on them. I can't actually see, but I'm pretty sure these are the 2024 batch. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they perform and whether they do the 3 mine lifts or not. Bulletproof Mum says cake boards can be bulky to transport though. Yes, they can. Fortunately, the display I'm doing in Manchester is literally, well, I won't say exactly where it is because that'll give away where I am, but it's actually within walking distance of where I am, which is great. Not that I'm going to be walking with fireworks to the venue, but it's not that far. And the way I'm going to do it, I've got some OSB boards. I'm going to put some frame ties on there, have the cakes on there and tape around them. We'll show that on another stream in a few days' time. So yeah, it's more challenging to do something on a football pitch where you can't hammer stuff into the ground, but it's still doable. You can still do fireworks safely. I am going to be using these not these particular fountain boards, but I'm still going to be using fountain boards to raise things off the ground, and the cakes are going to be on nice thick OSB boards and securely fastened in. And we'll look at that. I'll show you guys how to do that on another stream. So let's have a look. What's the website called for your event hire? says Harry. So I'm a freelancer, so I freelance, so I don't really have a website as such for that. Craig says, I still couldn't find your email address, Mark. That's really bizarre. Right, let me, I'm going to double check this. Let's get to the bottom of this. So we go to youtube.com/the Great Marko. Let's get that in and let's load that up. And then I shall let's bring this, right, okay. Let me bring this round to the camera. Let's do this together, guys. Hopefully you could do this. So you open up your browser. There's my channel. There we go. You click where it says more. So it says, hi, I'm Mark, aka the Great Marko, blah, 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 blah. You click more there. It opens up a little window all about me. You scroll down and under channel details, you'll see it says view email address. You click that, it shows you my email address. So give that a go and let me know how it goes and whether you get my email address. Okay, let me get the power back on to this. Okay, let's see where we are. Where do I shop, says David. So I have a number of retailers that I use for my fireworks. These are not all just from one retailer. I think I've used 1, 2, 3, 4 retailers for these displays. I do kind of handpick stuff. I sort of pick and choose. I get some from one, some from another, see who's got the best prices and things like that. So I'm not sort of loyal to one specific supplier. I do like to use a number of different ones. So I tend to use the smaller suppliers as well. I like to help them out. I know there are some big suppliers, and I do sometimes use those as well. But it's nice to support the smaller specialist fireworks shops, I think, as well. So Tina McNeil is here. She says, hi Marko. Hello Tina, thanks for being here. 3D printer guy, I've prepared some cakes that I'll be using for hand lighting today, waterproofing. As I removed the paper, I noticed the tube was damaged, so sadly down a cake. It's now soaking in water. That's the safest thing to do. If a cake looks damaged, don't fire it. However, quite often the deformity on the tubes, if it's at the top of the tubes, it's less of an issue. I was doing a cake the other day. I don't think I've got it here actually at the moment. It's somewhere else. But that had a bit of deformity on it. One of the tube was a little bit bent at the top, but it was only at the top, and actually the shot would have still come out okay. So I didn't need to destroy that firework. It was still fine. But yes, if in doubt, don't use it. If it looks damaged, most retailers as well, if it looks damaged, you take it back to the retailer. They will advise you. They might be able to swap it for you, or give you some advice on whether it's safe to fire or not. A 3D printer guy says it was great. We could all vote last night. I can't wait to see it. Yeah, we may do some more votes. If there's things I'm not quite sure about what I want to do, because as I say, I'm still planning this display kind of as I'm rigging it. So if there's any bits I'm not sure about, we'll put it to a vote again and get your input. Bulletproof Mum says, fantastic. I can see my old scout hut from my window. Does simplify things. Yes, indeed. Joseph, I love those Euro pallets for cake boards. Nice sheet of wood screen. Yeah, that's another way of doing it. Yeah. Adam is here. He says, hey Mark, back again for the second night. Yes, I am. My voice is just about holding out after the 4 hours 34 minutes of streaming we did yesterday. David says, I shopped first time from UK Fireworks Shop and ordered from Crazy Fireworks. I think probably you mean Firework Crazy, but yeah, both were fantastic. Yeah, there are some really great firework retailers in the UK. There's some dodgy ones as well, which we won't name, but there are some really good, reputable ones running, good, honest businesses. Pop into your local. They will give you advice on what the best fireworks are for your particular space. Right, so yeah, we've got that. On the back of here, we've got these Celtic Bengal flares, 60 seconds, sound quite good. T1, interestingly, they've got a fuse. Most T1 products, which are theatrical pyrotechnics, tend to have an E-match, as the Crackle Mines do. These are T1, but they have a fuse, which is unusual. Haven't seen that before, but we'll see what those are like. And then on these Vs here, we've got these diamond, 140 shot diamond candles. If you're regular to my channel and you watched my prep streams last year, you'll know the backstory behind those. They were better than I thought, so I'm going to use some again this year. Using 4 in this display, I think I've got have I got 6 in my Manchester display? I think there might be 6 in there, the 4 in this one, 6 in that one. We've also got these little, on the back of here, these Vulcan mines. Let me show you the box for these. These are little fountain start mines from Vulcan called Mine Attack. You get a box of 2. They start with a little silver fountain, and then one of them goes to a strobing mine, and one of them goes to a crackle mine. They're not bad. They're okay. I got these really cheap, so I bought like 10 boxes, I think. The only downside, I would have preferred if they were pure kind of single shot mines as opposed to fountain start, because the downside of it being fountain start is even if I ignite them all at the same time, they're all going to do their mine effects at different times depending on how long it takes for the fuse to burn down. So you can't really choreograph those, but we'll just go with it. They'll be fine. So yeah, we've got a crackle one and we've got a strobe one on there. So that's that board. That's mirrored over onto this board, and then this first board is kind of a mirror of this last board. And the middle board is pretty much the same as those, although we're going to do something slightly different with these single shot crackle mines based on feedback from you guys. So that's where we're up to. 3D printer guy had quite a large dent halfway down one of the tubes, so I don't want to, yeah, absolutely, yes. Lucky it was only 16 shot 25mm case, not the biggest loss, but it's a shame. Yeah, that's it. If the tube is damaged further down, yeah, it's not worth the risk. If it's just a little bit, if it's just bent a little bit at the top, it'll usually fire fine. But yeah, if it's halfway down the tube or lower, yeah, best to be safe rather than take chances with those. So everything's taped down on this board. What I need to do now is I need to connect my igniters to the rails, the slats, which are on the back of my board. You saw them before as I spun one round. You could use eMatch, you could use Talons. I'm using Talons for these because it allows me to do a lot more setup off-site. Talons are these little things, if you're not familiar with them. I'll come and show one to the camera. They're sometimes called clip-on igniters. They clip onto the fuse, and inside here there's a little coil of nichrome wire, which basically you put a voltage through here, the wire burns really hot, and it's enough to ignite the fuse. So that's what I'm using for these. And the trick is to clip these as close to the entry point on the fountains as you can. You could clip these anywhere along the length of this fuse. If I clip it right at the end though, it's then going to take 7 or 8 seconds from the point of ignition of this before the firework actually starts to do anything. So by clipping these as close to the entry point as you can get that delay down. It's not instantaneous as you get with like eMatch, but from experience, because I've done Talons for years, I do eMatch as well, but Talons, I usually just account for that in my programming. I account for 3 seconds, so I know that 3 seconds after I fire this, the fountain will go off. And if you account for that, most of the time it's fine. I say this isn't a pyro musical, so timing is not critical on this. So let's get, I've got these are 50 centimetre ones, I've got some 1 metre ones, some 2 metre ones. Most stuff on these boards, because these boards are quite compact, will be fine on 50 centimetres. In fact, I think everything on this first board we did on 50 centimetres. We might have to do, yeah, these top ones here we're going to have to do on 1 metre ones. These are not quite long enough, but all the other stuff we should be able to do okay. So we'll start with the let's start with the strobe actually at the front. Let me find out what channel that needs to go on. I do have a plan for where things plug in, even though I haven't actually planned the running order yet for the display. So the strobe is going into number 9. Okay, so let me come around the front. Let's clip this on here. I think I ran this underneath. Yeah, that's right. So we'll clip this on. Like so. I also then just squeeze it with my fingers as well, make sure there's good contact between the wire inside and the fuse. The other thing you can do as well is you can kind of bend the fuse back and forward a few times, just kind of break the lacquer on it, just to help them ignite a little bit better. I've never had an issue, I've never found the need to do that. My firing system in the past has been powerful enough to do that. Again, I'm using a different firing system. This time I'm going to be using Firetech. And mileage is a little bit hit and miss. My testing on that is great with eMatches. Talons is a little bit, it's not quite as powerful as my old WPS system. So I'm having to rejig things a little bit in terms of where things are plugged in to try and make sure everything on Talons fire. And that's also why, rather than doing the entire show on Talons, I'm just going to do the fountains on Talons. All the cakes are going to be on eMatch. Right, let's get this into number 9. So we'll just take the little end bit off the wire, separate the igniter wires, and this is going to plug into number 9 like so. Right, there we go, that's in. Let's check in, let's do a chat check. There we go, we're still okay. 14 of you guys here, so welcome in everybody. 14 of you watching, although only 5 of you have clicked the like button. That's okay, if you don't like it, you don't have to click like, it's not compulsory, it's fine. Right, let's get the little traffic cones in. They're going on 1, 2 and 3. So the red one is going into 1, yellow into 2 and green into 3. I want to make sure I get these right, because the worst thing that would really annoy me would be is if they all go red apart from one board that goes green. So want to make sure all the reds fire together, all the yellows fire together, and all the greens fire together. So let's get this one clipped on. I probably need to come around this side actually. This one clipped on here. And once I've got these clipped on and connected up, we will then foil the tops of them. As I said on the stream yesterday, what I would normally do before I foil the tops is take these boards outside, connect them up to my firing system in test mode, and just check that I've got continuity on all the talons. Obviously, I'm not going to do that here because it's dark and I'm streaming from here and I have to move everything outside. So I'm going to take a chance that all the talons are good. I will obviously test it before the day. And if I need to change any of these out, then I will. It's just a bit more tricky to change them out once you put foil tape over the top, but it's not impossible. So, right, so the red one is going into channel number 1. Down here. So in there like that. And in there like that. The yellow one going into channel 2. Again, I think I'm going to have to come around that side. Let me bring the green one as well whilst I'm here. Clip them both on together. So the yellow one's going to clip on like so, give it a good squeeze, and this one's going on as well. This is the one that the fuse fell out of yesterday, so I have done a bit of a fuse repair on this now using a bit of tape match to hold it in place. So we shall clip that on like that, and that's our green one. So the yellow one's going into channel 2. This is the yellow one. So we bend the wires apart and then we go under here to connect it up to my rail, my FireTech rail, into channel number 2. There we go. And then this one, I know you can't see me at the moment, unless maybe if I can stick my head on there, you can still see me. And then this one is going into number 3. So this is the green traffic light fountain from Standard. There we go. That's good. Right. Tina says, come on folks, click that like button. Yeah, we've one extra person's clicked like now. We have 6 people liking this stream. Thank you. 3D printer guy, that was probably you, wasn't it? Just press the like button, I forgot about it. Thank you very much. And Craig's liked it as well. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. It just tells YouTube that actually, you know, maybe push this video out to a few more people because, you know, it's fun. Hopefully. Right, so let's get the crickets one in next. Let's take the orange fuse cover off there. This one, annoyingly, the fuse is under the plastic wrap as well, so I need my little pen knife to be able to just slice the top of this to be able to access the fuse. Like that. There we go. get the fuse out. Get some of that cellophane off. There's the fuse for that one, going into that first tube. I think there's 4 tubes in these little cricket fountains in the 4 corners. So that's that. Let's just see if I need to do this with it whilst I got my knife out. Let's just see where the fuse is on Hocus Pocus, because this has got a foil over the top. Let's see if the fuse is underneath the plastic. No, it's not. I can access it. There it is. That's good. Fantastic. There we go. Good. And let's have a look at the little Skycrafter 100-shot thing. Yeah, this is under the polythene, so let's take that off, and then we can access the fuse like that. There we go. Good. Is tonight's goal to get all the igniters on? I don't even know why I bother setting goals for these live streams, because I never get anywhere near as much done as I wanted. And this afternoon I put all the brackets on. All the fireworks are kind of on here. What I want to do tonight, hopefully before midnight, because I'm working tomorrow so I can't go too late tonight, get everything taped down, get all the igniters on and plugged in. That's the goal. And it's 20 to 9, so we've got 3 hours 20 minutes to do that. So, you know, an hour aboard, yeah, let's so ordinarily it'll be fine. Like in about an hour this afternoon I got all these brackets on and get all the fireworks out, which is more than I did like in 3 hours 40 streaming yesterday. But that's okay. I'm not saying don't talk to me. Talk to me in the chat and I will of course respond, and that's what it's all about. If I have to do some of this off stream to catch up again, then that's fine, but I'd much rather chat to you guys whilst I'm actually streaming rather than ignore you and just crack on. So right, so let's find out what channel numbers these are going into. So the crickets is going into number 10. So let's get another towel on. Let's clip this on as close as I can get it to the entry point into the fountain. Here we go. We take the little plastic bit off the end of here, separate the igniter wires out a little bit, and then this is going to go into number 10. There we go. So that's in 10. Hocus Pocus is in 11. And Snappy Days is in 14. So Hocus Pocus into 11. Under here. Like so, and then the Snappy Days is going into 14. Again, guys, you have to bear with me again this evening. My throat isn't great. I'm full of a cold. I've got catarrh. I've got a sore throat, but we soldier on. But bear with me if I have to stop to grab a drink every now and then. So this one's going into 14. These are 16 channel rails, so a bit of an upgrade from my previous firing system. My WPS firing system was 12 channels per rail or per slat. Firetech is, the newer Firetech stuff is 16 channel, which is great. So it gives me a lot more flexibility and what I can do on these fountain boards, because I can have 16 channels on them, whereas last year I only had 12. There we go. Right, that's that done. Let's get the little Celtic flame flare, Bengal flare in. So I say this has got a fuse on it. it seems fused very similarly to the way that these Yorgi strobes are fused. These are basically, let me show the camera. These are great little strobes. I use them in most of my displays because they're cheap as chips and they last a minute and they're really good. But the way these are fused, it's basically a piece of visco fuse that goes across the top of the fountain, and that's just got like a piece of masking tape over to keep it on, and that's the extent of it. These fall out like so easily. You can take them back on and they'll be fine, but yeah, I've had my fair share of those falling out over the years I've been using them. And it seems that these T1 Bengal flames are fused in a very similar way. If I show this one to the camera, you can kind of see that the fuse is under this fuse cover here. It goes up and it goes kind of across the top of that. So very similar to the way those Yorgi strobes are fused. Right, so we've exposed the fuse there. Let's get another talon, and we'll clip this in here. And I think I said, I'll double check, I think I said that was going into 16. It is going into 16. Great. That's that one in there. Good. Okay, next thing to do then is to get these candles in and these mines. Now, these are firing in V, so they're going to both fire together. There's a number of different ways you can connect these to your firing system if they're firing multiples. The way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to put the talons in parallel. If I had a fan of, say, 3 or 4 of these, I'd probably actually instead fuse across the top and just use one igniter to do the whole lot. But I don't really want to have fuse going across here, especially not with the flame underneath, because that could ignite the fuse. So I'm just going to, in this instance, literally just put a talon on each of these and do them in parallel. You always do talons in parallel. E-matches, you can either do them in parallel or series, depending on whether you're mixing brands and stuff. I tend to always do E-matches in series and talons always in parallel. Bulletproof Mum says, this will sound weird, bear with me. Okay. There's something really satisfying about these multiple neat boards. The organisation appeals to my autistic brain. Plus the bonus about, oh, thank you, that's really kind of you. Yeah, I like to try and keep things neat and concise. It is more of a challenge. You can see how intricate it is to try and get everything so it's not going to like make crossfire and to get all the fuses lined and run and things like that. So it's more challenging than having a great big fountain board, but the more compact, because I've got to transport all this stuff from Manchester over to Liverpool. These can just lift off these speaker stands, go in a car, go in a vehicle to Liverpool. The other end, put the speaker stands up, put these back on top, and they're ready to go pretty much. Plug a cable in, plug a Cat5 cable in and test, and then they're good. So it minimises the amount of setup on the transport because they're so compact. Makes them easy to waterproof as well, because on the firing site, once I've set this up, I can literally just put a polythene bag over the top and it'll waterproof everything on this board, which if you've got a bigger board is more difficult to do. You've got to have multiple bags or cling film and all these kind of things. These are compact enough that it will work quite well. If you were on my stream yesterday, you'll know that I've actually built another set of these boards. I built these boards last year, 5 of them. I've built another new set, so I've got another set of 5 that are slightly longer, and they're for my show in Manchester, because I'm going to have some bigger things on those boards. I've got, well, you saw it earlier, the Goldilocks fountain. I've got the Vulcan popcorn fountain, which I used in this display last year. Epic, really good. I've got a couple of 8-inch Yorgi conical fountains on there. What else have I got on there? I'm just having a look. I've got some Hocus Pocus on there. I've got some strobes. I've got some Yorgi flares, actually, which I'm really quite interested to try. I'll show the camera. A Yorgi white strobe flare and a Yorgi red flare. So some of those are going on the boards as well. So we'll be setting those boards up probably early next week now, or at some point next week. I want to get these ones bottomed out first, because this is for the display a week on Sunday. The other boards are for a display a week on Wednesday when it's bonfire night. Week on Tuesday. But yeah, thanks for your kind comment on that, Bulletproof Mum. I appreciate that. Thank you. 3D printer guy says, I'm going to try and do some V shapes with candles this year. I tried last year, but one failed to light. Yeah, that's the thing. When V formations and W formations and things like that and fan formations work, they look amazing. When they don't quite work, it looks a bit odd if you've got one candle going off in one direction, nothing going the other side. So, but yeah, what can you do? Bulletproof Mum says that's what makes it great. Oh, I've missed a comment then from Squozen Frozen is here. Welcome in, Squozen Frozen. I love the tricolour wheels. Bright Star have taken wheels out of all their selection boxes now. Have they? I didn't know that. Interesting. I think since last year you have to buy loads of tricolour wheels to make up for it. That is interesting. I didn't realise they'd gone out of the selection boxes. I know you've been able to buy them in packs of 2, the tricolour wheels for many, many years. I picked these up quite cheap, so I thought let's just use them in this display this year. But it's interesting that they've been taken out of the selection boxes. Although that said, not every selection box does have a wheel, and I think it goes back to what we were saying on the stream yesterday. They are quite fiddly to set up. You know, you've got to hammer them into a tree or a post or a shed or whatever, and a lot of people don't do it right and they don't spin round, and so they're a lot more faff, and I guess there's just not the appetite for wheels as there used to be, which is a bit of a shame because I do like a good wheel, and there are some really amazing wheels out there. Last year, the new Celtic one, Do the Twist, I managed to be the first in the UK to fire that and film that. Amazing wheel, and you'll see a video of that on my channel. I did use that in one of my displays last year as well. Bulletproof Mum says that's what makes it great. Problem solving, everything where it needs to be, love it. Yeah, and that's what I love about fireworks and doing these things. It's like I don't have every single, everything planned out in my head. As I say, I haven't actually designed this display yet. I'm just getting everything on the boards, and then once I've got everything, I'll work out what the order's going to be. But yeah, it's all about problem solving, and that's what I love, and that's kind of something I like to think I'm quite good at in my job, my sort of day job of working in the event industry and solving problems, meeting deadlines, things like that, and working under pressure. I apply the same to this as well, so it's all about problem solving. And that's what we did yesterday when we worked out we didn't have enough channels on a couple of these boards. I needed an extra channel. We had to rejig things around, and we did it. We solved the problem, and I think the solution we've got is actually going to look a lot better anyway. So, yes, replaced with atomizer in the small boxes. They still show original contents in the marketing. Yes, you said that yesterday, didn't you? That's interesting. They've not updated the product videos, footage, and not the footage, the photos of those. 3D printer guy, and when wheels don't spin, it's a big embarrassment. Yes, it is. It is. And I've had that before in some displays. You'll get a wheel that doesn't spin. One little trick I will show you. Let me see if I've got it here. A little handy hint. Where is it? Have I got some? Yes, I have got some. A little bit left. To help your wheels spin, this is shaver oil. So you use it, if you buy a shaver, you get some shaver oil with it to keep it lubricated. This is great stuff. And what I do, because most often when you get these kind of wheels, they come with a nail, and most times it's a rusty nail. In fact, on all these ones, the nail was rusty. To be fair, I have had these wheels for 3 or 4 years, so I want to get rid of them. So what I do, I won't do it now because it could soak into the cardboard, but on event day, I will put 1 or 2 drops of shaver oil just on the nail, just on here, and spin it around a few times. It just helps lubricate it. It just helps the wheels spin just that little bit smoother. I found that works really well. So yeah, shaver oil. A little bottle as well, so it's easy to carry around on site as well. Just a little drop or 2 on each nail. Give the wheel a spin and it will be fine. So yeah, that helps. The other reason why wheels don't spin is quite often the nail's not been hammered in straight. So always try and hammer your nail in straight. If you can't do it straight for whatever reason, if anything, do it tilted slightly down. And that way, as the wheel spins, it will fall forward. If you do your nail so it's sort of up like that, it can spin and it can fall back and it can get trapped on whatever's behind it. So ideally have the nail vertical, or I say angled slightly down so that the wheel falls forward to the end of the nail as it spins. So a few little tips there on wheels. Hopefully that's of use. Little Bright Star Saxon wheel had a habit of going bang too. That was part of the fun. Yes, it was indeed. And that's why I do prefer wheels that have got multiple motors, because they're more balanced. Those little Saxon wheels, and some other little, like there's quite a few, I think Diamond, we were talking about Diamond a bit yesterday, Diamond's Orbit wheel, it's basically got one motor on, so it's quite imbalanced, so not great. I prefer wheels that are nicely balanced, and so they're going to spin nice and freely. 3D printer guy learned something new. Now I'll have to pop into Superdrug or somewhere. Yeah, I mean, if you've not got shaver oil, you could just use, you know, generic oil. I wouldn't suggest using a flammable oil. I mean, you might think, oh, let's put some cooking oil on. I wouldn't. I would use some little shaver oil or something like that, something that's a non-flammable oil. But I'm glad that was a useful tip. Right, so we're going to get these connected up. So I need to get the fuse covers off here. Again, these are on the cellophane on these 140 shot Firestorm candles. So let's get the cellophane off the top. Which is easier said than done on these, because they also have an orange fuse cover on, but it's longer than the actual width of the candle. Right, there we go. There is the fuse. Let's just pull that up to expose as much of that as I can. Like that. Let's do the same on the other one. Over here. There we go. So I'm using talons on these. If I was e-matching these, I would do it differently. But for talons, I just need to expose the fuse and then clip an igniter on. Squirrels and Frozen says Bright Star have changed all their box contents. Yeah, a few people have been saying that now, not just the wheels, but a lot of the good pieces have been replaced with cheap stuff. Aerial attack box is now full of candles and less. Yeah, it is a shame. Bright Star used to be really good, and they have kind of gone off the boil a little bit. That said, they have brought in a new piece this year, which I was really hoping to get for my displays and wasn't able to get, called Turbocharged. It's a Roman candle barrage, but it's fanned. It looks quite impressive actually from the footage. Hoping to get it for these displays, didn't arrive in time, so had to rejig things and do something different. You'll see what I've done to sort of replace that piece when we set up our other fountain boards. But yeah, but in general, I agree, Bright Star are not as good as they used to be. I used to always go to like the range, which used to stock like the whole pretty much Bright Star range. It used to be able to pick up some really great bargains there, some little like 96 shot mini pearl cakes, and they used to be like £2-3, something like that. And some little Roman candle tubes. You used to get a pack of 5 for about £3. They were great. Now that little cake, I mean, you still get that little cake. I can't remember what it's called. Someone will remind me. The little 96 shot round pearl cake. Oriental Stars, that's it. The name's just come back to me. Now I think is it like £6, £9, something like that. Crazy price. Joseph says wheels are brilliant. I hope people buy more wheels, and so manufacturers bring out more wheels. They could do so much more than they do. Yeah, and I think that's it. There's not many quality wheels out there. The ones I can think of: Do the Twist by Celtic, which was new for last year, the Colour Spinner from Kimbolton, and the Carousel wheel from Zeus, which is a square wheel. I've used that on my displays before. Quite unusual. Again, it's square, so it's not like the most balanced thing, but it does look impressive. So there are some good wheels out there, but you don't find those in supermarkets, you don't find those in selection boxes. So Joe Public just kind of have to, they've only experienced these kind of wheels, which are not as impressive as those bigger wheels. So Bright Star were never my main go-to, but having a shop year round are a good staple for basics, yeah. I love the Roman candle packs. Yeah, they were great. I can't remember what they were called. Somebody will remind me the name of the little Bright Star 5 pack of 10 shot Roman candles. Were they coloured pearls or something? They were great because you get a red one that would do like 10 red shots. You get a blue one, a green one. And again, I used to do those in multiples. On their own, not that impressive. But, you know, you get 10 of those all doing blue pearls in a line across the front of the display. It actually looked quite good. What's my favourite wheel of all time? It's probably a toss-up between the Carousel wheel from Zeus or Do the Twist from Celtic. I think those are probably my two favourite sort of consumer ones. Of course, I remember like growing up, you get great big set pieces like from Stanley and things like that, great big wheels, massive things, in professional displays, obviously. The closest I got to one of those is like a consumer display was, I think we talked about it on the stream yesterday. It was Blue Moon from Benwell Fireworks. We were talking, what's happened to Benwell? We don't know. But yeah, that was kind of like on a baton. It had two motors and spun around. I haven't tried, I mean, I haven't fired every single wheel available. I know there are some with multiple motors that are kind of that size. But off the top of my head, I'd say Zeus Carousel or Do the Twist I was really impressed with last year. Calypso Pearls, that's it. Yes, Bulletproof Mum, Calypso Pearls. Wow, that brings back memories. Again, they're still available, but you used to be able to get them. There's a pack of 5, you used to be able to get them like $3.99 or something like that. I think Oriental Stars was $2.99, and then the Calypso Pearls was like $3.99. 10 years or so ago, and they're still available. They haven't really changed, but the prices have now gone astronomically through the roof. So I've got 2 Oriental Stars this year, $4.99 each from the range. Yeah, they're £5. I say they used to be like $2.99, I think. So they have gone up. And yet they haven't, they've not improved the effects or anything in them or increased the NEC. They're still exactly the same, but that's inflation for you. Yeah, $4.99 each, £5 now for the little Oriental Pearls. They're still, it's not extortionate, but because I remember them when they were $2.99, it's like, wow, they've gone up quite a lot. So it's been a while since I've used those, sadly. Right, okay, so we've exposed a fuse there, we've exposed a fuse here. We're going to connect these into, let's see, what channel is Firestorm going into? It's going into 15. And so I'm going to use, I need the 1 meter talons for this because the 50 centimeter ones are not going to be quite long enough. So let's get a couple of these. Here we go. These are the 1 meter ones. These will be long enough. And I'm going to do these in parallel. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about series and parallel, I will show you on camera in a minute. Let me just untangle this and untangle this as well. Very well wrapped these, there we go. Okay, so when you get igniters, whether they're talons or E-matches, I'm going to show you with some talons, this end. So on the other end of them, you'll see here, they have the wires twisted together, like that. Sometimes they're not twisted on talons, but certainly on E-matches, the wires, the bare bit of wires there will be twisted together. That's called shunting, and that basically prevents any differential in voltage, which could accidentally trigger your E-match during transport because of friction, things like that. Less of an issue. In fact, it's not an issue. It's a non-issue really with talons. But anyway, so you pull the sheath off there and pull it off here. This one, for some reason, is actually excessively long on this talon. I'm going to cut this one down a little bit. Where are my snips? Here they are. Let's just cut a little bit of this off, get it a bit more of a usable length. There we go. So there we go. So you separate the igniter wires out. You pull them apart a little bit like that. We do that on both. Now, if these were E-matches and we wanted them to fire together, I personally do them in series wiring. So normally, if you've got one igniter, you'd put both of those ends into your firing system. For series wiring, you connect the end of one to the end of another, twist those together, and then you plug this end and this end into your firing system. So they basically daisy chain together. That's called series wiring. For talons though, if you're doing multiple talons, you need to wire them in parallel. Parallel means you take one end of each and twist them together. So we twist these two together like this. And we twist these two together like this. Doesn't help with the different lengths actually in this case, but. And this is parallel wiring. So that's the difference between series and parallel. Talons you always need to do in parallel. E-matches you can do in series or parallel. I personally do them in series. Why do we need to do, some of you are probably asking, I'm not reading the chat, but someone's asking, I'm sure, why do you have to do them in parallel? Why can't you do talons in series? Well, A talon, the way it works, when you put a voltage through here, there's a little wire inside it, it gets hot, it heats up, it ignites the visco. That little wire inside actually burns through. Once that's burned through, there's no longer a circuit, so there's nothing, electricity won't pass through anymore. So if you do these in series, there's a danger that this one might burn through. Once that one's burned through, no more voltage can pass through, so this one won't ignite. So by doing them in parallel, you ensure that once each igniter has been used, the others in the chain will still fire. So that's why we do talons in parallel. E-matches are different. When an e-match is finished, it still passes electricity through, still passes current through, so you can do those in series, they're fine. But these, after they've been used, they no longer pass electricity through, so you need to do them in parallel. Hopefully that wasn't too technical for you guys. I'm sure some of you guys already know that, so apologies if I'm going over stuff you already know, but maybe that's of use to somebody out there. So a 3D printer guy said, I did try doing something like that with a small model rocket motor once in a field and it worked well. Safety wise, I do not make one where there's a high chance it could go wrong. Yeah, I mean, this is it. We've always got to put safety first, whether you're doing model rockets or fireworks or anything like that. You know, safety is the most important thing at all times. So I'm just chopping off a little bit of the, say these were a bit imbalanced, these igniters, so I've had really long leads and the others had short ones. So let's do that. Let me just get these little bits of copper out of the way so they don't end up on the floor. There's nothing worse than stepping on a little bit of copper wire. So this was going into, I can't remember what number this was going into now. Can anyone remember? Let's have a look. It was going into 15 on my firing system. So let's plug these into 15. That's good. And then we'll clip these on to these candles. So when I fire channel 15 on this rail, it's going to ignite, all being well, both of these talons together. And then in theory, both of these candles will go off together. We'll sort out the excess on these in a little while. So we need to do something similar for these mines. Again, these are Vulcan mines. I've got two ones that crackle and two that strobe. They start off with fountains. So obviously I want the two crackle ones to go off together, the two strobe ones to go off together. So I'm going to take the fuse covers off these like this. If you are going to use these kind of mines, you do need to be aware, you do need to do a bit more clear up. The top of these is a little red plastic top. You probably can't actually see them because I've taped them up. Let me see if I can let me find another. I got another set of those knocking around somewhere. Not to hand, they're in one of my other boxes. But yeah, on the top of these, there's a little red plastic top. And when the mine discharges, so that the fountain bit comes out of this bit, when the mine discharges, this whole plastic top will fly off. It will be on the ground somewhere in your firing site. At least it's red, so it's fairly easy to spot. But it's just an extra debris you need to be aware of. Most of the time, firework debris is cardboard, so the cardboard discs from tubes on cakes. But if you're doing mines, then just be aware that you're going to have more debris to clear up afterwards. So take those off like that. There we go. So I need to do another couple of 1 meter talons in parallel. Oh, I dropped one. There we go. For each of these, so let's unravel this one and unravel this one. Like that. So we take the little sheaths off the end of those, separate out the igniter wires like so, and like so. And then we're doing these in parallel, so we join one end of one to one end of the other, and then the other two ends together. What you do have to bear in mind as well when you do stuff in parallel is when you come to test this, it will effectively only test one. If one of these is good and one of them's broken, you will get a good continuity test because one of them's okay. If you're doing stuff in series, if one of them is bad, well, it doesn't. You can't do these in series really. If you do e-matches in series and there's a dodgy e-match, then you won't get good continuity because you're doing stuff in series. But if you're doing stuff in parallel, if one of these doesn't work, you're not going to know about it. The only way you could know about it would be to separate these and test each one individually, which is a lot of work. I'm just going to go for it and hope for the best. Hope the continuity on both of these is okay. It should be. I don't really have a particularly big failure rate with Talons. I think in my show that I did last year in Liverpool, I think I used, how many Talons did I use? About 150, maybe a few more Talons. And I think I had 2 that didn't go off, you know. So you're always going to get some that don't go off when you use that many, but you know, I can live with that amount. Joseph says, I only have a cheap DB04R firing system. Your firing system looks epic. Does that rail connect to a control switch panel via a wire or something? Yes, so the rails that I have on here, let me turn them around so you can see this one, if I can. Have I got the space to do it? There we go. In fact, let's bring this around here so you guys can see. So yeah, this is a Firetech rail, so it's a 16 channel rail. So all the igniters connect into here. I then connect this to what's called a module with just a normal internet cable, a Cat5 cable. The module is what provides power to each of these to ignite the igniters. And those modules in turn communicate wirelessly with the controller. So the controller has a script, the show file if you like, that sends it out to the modules, and then the modules actually kind of run the show and provide the power. So yeah, it's quite a complex system, but it's a good system. There's a number of professional companies now in the UK that are using Firetech. I first came across Firetech about 7 or 8 years ago, and back then I think there was only one user of it in the UK. So at that time I kind of disregarded it. Today though, more and more people are discovering Firetech in the UK. There are some big companies, big professional display companies now making the switch to Firetech. So I wanted to jump on board as well because I think it's a really good system. I've already done a few videos on it. There are going to be more videos coming, but that's going to be after bonfire night now because I've got so much prep and stuff to do that doing tutorial videos on Firetech is more of a something that's going to happen later. But yes, it does look an epic system. It is an epic system. This is going to be the first time I'm using it for an actual public display. I've obviously been doing a lot of testing of it in my back garden and things, but this is the first time I'm going to use it. So I'm a little bit nervous because I've not used it on a public display yet. How good it is at supporting Talons in my testing, which again there's going to be a video of, it wasn't as robust, should we say, with Talons as my old WPS firing system. It's a lot better with e-matches. So that's why normally this display I Talon pretty much everything, maybe 95% of everything in this display last year was on Talons, about 5% was on e-match. This year I'm going to Talon the fountain tables because it allows me to do all the prep beforehand, but all the cakes and things are going to be e-matched. So we'll see how it goes. Local Pyro says, do you prefer Spectrum over Jumping Jelly Beans, or is it the price point? Do you know what? They're very similar. Jumping Jelly Beans and Spectrum are two jelly bean fountains. Spectrum is by Standard, Jumping Jelly Beans is by Kim Bolton. From memory, I think Jumping Jelly Beans lasts 60 seconds, Spectrum only lasts 40. They're very similar effects though. I'd actually love, one day, and I should do this, one day I should get a Spectrum and Jumping Jelly Beans and fire them side by side and actually do like a comparison video. I did that last year with the Yorgi strobes versus the Celtic strobes. That was quite fun to do. But yeah, it would be good to do a side by side of the Jumping Jelly Beans and the Spectrum to see which one is actually the best. I'm happy to use either. I have used both in the past as well. I get usually whichever's got the better price, to be fair. And what do I think of the 30mm classic, signature classic Roman candles? I've not seen them with my own eyes. I have seen footage. Classic stuff is really powerful. The 30mm candles do look really good as well. They're all F3 though, so again, you've got to have the space for them. But yes, they do look epic. 3D printer guy, that reminds me of some old cakes you could get. They had little plastic caps over each tube. Baby Lisa, can you say hello to my brother Kamel? It was his birthday on the 13th of October. I hope I pronounced that right. Well, happy birthday, Kamel, for the 13th of October, which was, what, a couple of weeks ago, a week or so ago now, wasn't it? Right, so we're doing these mines. Let's find out which ones they are plugging into on my Firetech rails. So the Crackle ones are going into 12. So the Crackle ones are these ones. So let's lift up the fuses on these. Fuses are kind of taped a little bit, stuck on down the side. Let's get that up. Let's get this up. Let's get this one up. Okay. That one was a little bit loose. Am I happy enough with it? I might put a little bit of tape match over that just to hold it in place. If I can find my tape match. Yeah, this is tape match, sometimes called sticky match. I'll come and show it the camera. It's basically sellotape, but it has a line of black powder down it, like that. Burns really quick. You fold it over and enclose it, or you can do it open like this. It's the nearest thing you can get to a quick match. Those of you who know what quick match is, you can't get that as consumers now. Professionals, you can still get it, but this does just as well, but it is susceptible to sparks. But I just want to use a little bit of this just to hold this fuse a little bit better in place. So I'm going to cut a small length of this, and I'm going to try and stick it down the tube with the fuse. To hold the fuse in place, because it's a little bit loose on this one. There we go, that's good. Might just give that a little poke and a prod down a little bit with my awl. I won't talk too much about what the awl's for, but it's brass, which means it's non-sparking, so it's not going to cause any sparks when I push this down. That's good. That's nice, that's great. Okay, so we can clip on our two talons, which are connected in parallel. This was going, I can't remember what the number we said this was going into now, 12. Let's put this into 12. Like so. And then we clip this one on here. Give that a little squeeze. Clip the other one onto here. Give that a little squeeze, and then we need to do another set in parallel, which are going into 13. So another couple of these 1 meter talons. If you don't have long enough talons and you need to extend them, you can just use bell wire. It works just as well. Because actually shorter talons, of course, as you might expect, are cheaper than longer talons. You can get them in 50 centimetres, a metre, 2 metres, 4 metres. I tend to have in stock, if you like. I don't sell them, but when I mean in stock, I tend to have them available here. 50 centimetre ones, because they work really well on these tables, 1 metre ones and 2 metre ones. E-matches, they come in like 30 centimetre lengths, 1 metre, 2 metre, 3 metre, 5 metre. Again, I tend to use 2 metres is a good one. It's better to get ones that are the right length. I mean, yes, you can attach bell wire to extend them and stuff, but it's a bit of a faff. So get the longest ones that you're going to need if you can. Right, let's strip these little sheaths off, separate the wires out a little bit. on both, and then we're doing these in parallel. So we are twisting one end of each together, like that, and we're twisting the other end of each together, like that. These are actually quite long, these ones as well, so I'm just going to trim a little bit off each. A little bit off this one. There we go. Let me just get rid of those into my bin so I've not got little bits of copper wire on the floor. And this one as well. There we go. And this is going into 13 on my firing system. Like so. And then we're going to do these on the strobe mines, which are these ones. So we clip that one on there. And clip that one on there. Right, that's everything on here connected, apart from the wheels. I'll do the wheels later. The wheels are a little bit more tricky to do in advance, only because of course they move around. So I will be clipping talons on them on the day, just onto the fuses here, and then I'll run the talon underneath and plug it in. If I do it now though, this can move around and potentially pull the talon off, so I'll leave that for now. But everything else on there is connected, so the next thing to do is foil the tops of them. Why do we foil the tops of these fountains? Well, to prevent cross ignition. Because these are all really close together, there is a risk that when one of these fountains goes off, the sparks from it could fall onto one of these other fountains, onto the fuse, ignite it and set off another firework prematurely. It's not dangerous, but of course I want these to go off when I want them to go off and not unexpectedly. So that's why we try and minimize crossfire by foiling the tops of the cake. Let's just catch up though a little bit on a chat. Fireflies is a nice jelly one as well. Yeah, I've not actually fired fireflies, but it would just be great to get all the jelly bean fountains together and just fire them all together and see which one we think is best. I'd love to do that. Bulletproof Mum still mourning the Leslie Mythos. Yeah, now I saw footage of that. I did try and get that one year and it was out of stock, so I've never actually fired the Leslie Mythos one, but I do like Leslie products, and that did look a good fountain. If it ever comes back, I will definitely be getting it. 3D printer guy, can you adjust the time on the queue so the talon has more chance to heat up if that's a problem? Yes, you can, and that's going to be coming up in a video. On my old WPS firing system, I just basically kept it in talon mode the whole time, which means that every pulse was a 2-second pulse. So that would easily fire E-match and easily fire talons, no problem. By default, the FireTech system is configured to fire E-match. So the pulse time is like 100 milliseconds, which will fire E-match, but it's not enough to fire talons. You can put a module into talon mode, and so everything on there then fires for 2 seconds. But I have actually been working with the creators of FireTech recently, and there's now a new version of the firmware update that's out. Well, it's not out, but I've been testing it. I can't really talk too much about it, but there is a video coming. But basically, yes, on the updated firmware for FireTech, you can set per channel rather than per module whether you have a talon or whether you have an E-match. And you can actually go further than that. You can actually specify the firing duration on each channel from like 100 milliseconds up to 10 seconds. You could have a channel firing for 10 seconds if you wanted on the FireTech system with the new firmware. So I say that firmware is not kind of available to everyone yet. I've been testing it. So far, so good. It's really impressive. I will be doing a bit of a video on that after bonfire night. So, but in theory, but in essence, rather, yes, you can fire talons and E-matches off FireTech and accommodate the channels accordingly. Squares and Frozen, I prefer jumping jelly beans because it has 2 colour combinations, pink and blue, green and blue, yellow. Right, yes, okay, and something where Spectrum is just all the colours at once. That's true, yes, that is a difference. That's a very good point. So, yeah, Spectrum, when this fires, it does all of the colours at once, whereas the jelly beans does a tube of 2 colours and then changes to a tube of 2 different colours. So, yeah, they are distinctly different in that regard. Yes, I'll give you that. Yorgi GTS says, "What's good, homie?" Don't know, but we've been talking about Yorgi a lot. Not this Yorgi, whoever this is, but Yorgi Fireworks. So welcome in though, Yorgi. Squares and Frozen, however, jumping jelly beans is hard to find in retail shops everywhere. It just seems to do the spectrum now. Yeah, I mean, Kimbolton products have in recent years been more difficult to come by because Kimbolton were kind of bought out and some of the product lines were stopped. And but yeah, Kimbolton are kind of getting back there now. So yes, hopefully jumping jelly beans will become more readily available. Bulletproof Mum says, Firework Crazy does jumping jelly beans. Yeah, there are, you can still get them. There are still them out there. Big retailers have them in stock, of course. Squares and Frozen says, I'm pretty sure Firework Crazy in Essex. Yes, it is in Essex, that's right. I'm in the Midlands, so it's a bit of a trek. Yes, but Firework Crazy do deliver. Not that I'm plugging Firework Crazy, I have used them before. They are one of my suppliers. They do deliver nationally, but you do have to spend a minimum amount to be able to get free delivery, otherwise it's quite expensive. 3D print guy, I always buy 2 meter ones, worst case just has some extension wire. Yeah, that's what I do as well. When I first started using talons and e-matches and things, after every show I would save all the wire and use the wires for extensions on like the 1 meter ones, but I just don't bother with that anymore. But if I'm using 2 meter talons or e-matches at the end of the show, yeah, I'll cut them off and then I've got like a 2 meter extension, so useful to have. So I've probably got like a handful of those. Yeah, in fact, here we go. And here's another little tip for you. I love giving little tips. So these are all old wires from e-matches and talons and things. I chop the end off, I can reuse them again. So I've got loads of different ones. I keep them like this. What I do though, you might actually notice there's a little banding on there. There's 2 little bands on that one, 3 little bands on that one. So I know that's a 2 meter extension because it's got 2 little bands on. I know that's 3 meters. I've got 5 meter ones, 10 meter ones. So putting those little bands on is great because you can't easily see whether one of those is 2 meters or one of those is 3. But with the banding on, I just use a little Sharpie, a permanent marker, just to put the number of bands on for how long it is. So 3 bands, I know that's 3 meters. I know that's 2 meters, little extension. So little tip there for you guys. Little handy hint. Right, I'm going to stop and grab a drink. Don't worry, I'm not stopping streaming. I'm just going to stop talking for 30 seconds and have a drink. Again, this is just squash. Don't worry, it's non-alcoholic. Because alcohol and fireworks, they don't mix, guys. Let's have a look. Firework Crazy, one of my regulars, not the only. Plenty of great shops out there. They do have a huge range. Yes, they do. And that's one of the good things about Firework Crazy. Their range is probably the most extensive, I would say, out of any retailer in the UK. But at the same time, I do like to support the smaller retailers as well, because they do struggle to compete against the likes of Firework Crazy and a few others, the big ones. So I like to try and support the small ones too. But yes, Firework Crazy are good. And they're reliable. Yes, that's right. Absolutely. Okay, right. So we're going to foil the tops of these now. Where's my foil tape? This is aluminium foil tape. You could use kitchen foil, aluminium foil, tin foil, whatever you call it. If you are going to use tin foil, make sure you get some thick, heavy-duty stuff, not the thin stuff, because it's not very good. But this is good stuff. It's adhesive as well, so it's better than tin foil, I think. And basically what I'm going to be doing with this is covering the tops of all these. The fireworks themselves are powerful enough that they will burn through this very quickly when they go off, but at the same time, sparks landing on here won't penetrate through very easily to ignite the fuses underneath. So it's just protecting things from what we call crossfire. So we'll start at the front. We're going to start with this little Yorgi strobe here. Here's a fuse. I want to protect the top of the fountain from sparks, and I want to protect the exposed fuse from any stray sparks as well. So first thing I do, I'm going to bend the fuse back down over the talon. Hopefully you can see this on the stream like that. And then I'm going to cut a piece of this, the length of the fuse. Peel the backing off. like so, and stick this over the top. This also has the benefit of holding the talon in place. So do this like that, fold that all down. There we go. Okay, it's not the neatest, but hey, it's going to be dark. People are not going to be looking at the quality of the foil topping of these things. So it does the job. It's protecting the fuse. It's holding the talon igniter in place, and it should minimize the chance of this firework being ignited prematurely. Donna is here. Hello, Donna. Welcome in. I hope you are well. Joseph says, oh, I love a trick of the trade. I'm going to mark my wires like that now. Thanks, Joseph. I like giving these little tips, and I'm glad you guys find them useful as well. Donna's saying, hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Everyone's saying hello to Donna. That's great. Thanks for being here, Donna. And for those of you who don't know, Donna also streams on YouTube. She does cooking shows. She's in America. She's in Florida. She does lots of great cooking content on her channel. So if you like cooking, if you like food, then do go check out Donna's channel and be sure to subscribe. She does videos, she does live streams and all kinds of good stuff. So go check that out if you like your food. Right, so we've done that little one at the front. Let's do these little traffic light ones. So again, bending the fuse back over the top of the talon like that. I'm going to cut 3 lengths of foil tape to go across those. So about this kind of length. 1, 2, 3. One thing you do have to be careful of with these when using talons is when you wrap it around, you can inadvertently wrap it so tight that it actually kind of opens the talon clip. So you just have to be careful when you put this on that you're not, the talon clip stays firmly closed around the fuse. So let's bend that one back. I want to get this over the top of the fountain, over the fuse, stuck onto the fountain and down like so. There we go, that's good. So that's now protected from any stray sparks that could inadvertently ignite that fountain prematurely. Let's get another one on. So these are the little traffic light fountains, traffic light cones. One of them's going to do a red flame, one of them's going to do a green flame, one of them's going to do a yellow flame, a bit like a traffic light. Although not necessarily in that order, because of course traffic lights, in the UK at least, go red, then yellow, then green. Although I know some of you guys are watching from the States and your traffic lights are different. Sometimes they go straight to green and miss out the amber or the yellow, which actually is a good idea. I like that. I wish our traffic lights did that. But then also over there you have some crazy stuff where you can turn right on a red light and things like that. It gets a little bit confusing, but I guess if you live there and you're familiar with driving there, it all makes perfect sense. Let's get this one over here like so. Great job, there we go. Right, let me do a hashtag chat check. Bulletproof Mum says, I'm not even doing displays now. We're strictly an amateur even then, but definitely listen and take on board the advice given here. Always been helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. 3D printer guy, I still think the traffic light cones are some of the best value fireworks you can get for the amount they cost. Yeah, absolutely. They are really good value, which is why I've got, like, say, 5 sets of them in this display. I bought 5 boxes. Everyone's saying hello to Donna. They're great for a price point. Yes, we're talking about the traffic light cones. I miss the old standard traffic lights though. Yes, we were talking about this a little bit on the stream yesterday. The old original traffic light fountain was more, it wasn't this size, but it was this shape. You lit it, it was a single fountain. It would start off red and then it would transition into a yellow flame and it would transition into a green flame. So it was like a traffic light. Sadly, you can't get that anymore. It's a shame. I wish they'd bring it back. So now traffic light fountains are 3 separate fountains with 3 separate colours rather than one fountain with the 3 colours. I wish they'd bring that back. I really do. So yes, I agree with you, Bulletproof Mum. I miss the old original traffic light fountains too. Okay, what are we foiling next? Let's foil this little TNT crickets fountain here. Now, because this has got 4 tubes in, from what I can tell, I'm going to foil the entirety of the top of this. So I'm going to need a couple. And actually, I didn't do that on this first board, so I'm going to do that again, just to completely foil the top to avoid any stray sparks falling on it and inadvertently, prematurely setting this fountain off. So let me just go back to this first board and just cover that a little bit better. Need a tiny little bit more on that one. Some fireworks do automatically have a foil top, like these Yorgi SOS fountains already have foil on, so I don't need to foil across the whole top of that, but I will still foil across where the fuse is, just to prevent any stray sparks from landing on that. But let me just sort out this little cricket fountain on the first board. There we go, so the entirety of the top of that is foiled now, which is good, it's how I want it. So we'll do the same on this one as well, so I'm going to need a couple of pieces of foil tape. Let me come around this side, it's very difficult to reach around past these candles. So let's get a couple of these going, let's see how long this needs to be. Again, we don't need to excessively foil them, we just need to do enough to cover the top. So I'll take the backing off this. And we'll put this piece over this side. So the talon is under there and the fuse is under there. And I'm just going to do a little bit more across this side, just in case any stray sparks fall onto the paper top of this and burn through onto the fuses beneath. Again, if you're doing fountains in your display, do you need to foil the tops of them? Well, it all depends on how close together your fountains are. As you can see here, my fountains are very close to each other, which isn't dangerous, it's absolutely fine, but there's an increased risk of crossfire, cross ignition. If you've got your fountains separated by several meters, there's less likelihood of that happening, and therefore you probably won't need to foil the tops of them. Let's get a box going over here for all these little backing papers from the foil. Do you think that foil tape would stop light rain getting in, Marco? Possibly, but really I don't do the foil tape to waterproof. The best way you can waterproof fountains is cling film or a little plastic bag over it. For smaller fountains you can put like a food bag, something like that over it. I've designed these boards to be concise enough that I can just put like a bin bag, a rubbish sack, basically right over the top of here out on the field, and it'll just waterproof everything. But I wouldn't use foil tape for waterproofing. Very light rain, yeah, the odd spot it will probably keep off, but it's not designed as such to be waterproof. So I would use cling film, sarin wrap, pallet wrap, plastic bag, anything like that is good for doing waterproofing. Okay, right, the Skycraft 100 shot. Can I get this with one piece of foil? Yeah, possibly. I do need my scissors though, which are there. Right, let's get the backing paper off this. And over here like this. I might do another piece on that. It's just annoyingly just fractionally bigger diameter than the diameter of my tape. I do need to, I was saying on the stream yesterday, I do need to get some wider aluminium foil tape. It would be useful. This is the same width as gaffer tape, so like 50mm wide, which for most stuff is fine, but for the slightly wider fountains, yeah, you're going to need a couple of strips. But this foil is readily available from DIY places. Screwfix is where I get mine. You can get it from over here in the UK. I actually get mine from Aldi. No, not Aldi, Lidl, when they have it on their middle aisle. Oh, this one I was doing, wasn't I? There we go. So that has actually got 2 layers of foil on because it's the best way to do it. That will still burn through, even though it's not a very powerful candle, that will still go through those 2 layers, so it's fine. This one I don't need to foil the entire top because it does have some plastic over the top, but I will foil over the talon and the fuse to protect them and hold them in position. So bend the fuse back over the top, foil tape over, push that down. There we go, job's good. Let's do the same with the blue flare that we've got at the back. Well, not a flare, it's a Bengal flame. At Local Pyro, I've been trying out the funky rockets imported into this country. Yeah, they're all excellent. The gigantic salute rockets are super loud with a lovely crackling tail. Indeed. Yeah, I've seen footage of them and yeah, they do look impressive. Can't argue with that. There we go, that's that one done. So now we just need to protect the tops of these. So again, let's see if this is going to be wide enough to do, yeah, just about the whole of the Firestorm candle tops. So let's get a couple of pieces of this. Good, and the other one on the other side. That's good, and then we need to do the mines as well, so we need 4 little pieces for that. Yeah, you heard my washing machine finish, did you? Yes, indeed it has. Yeah, my washing machine plays a jaunty little tune when it finishes. I didn't think it'd actually be picked up on this microphone, but yeah, it obviously did. So no, you weren't hearing things. That was my washing machine just finishing. That's funny. It's stuck in my head, that tune. It's catchy. Yes, it is a bit. I'm curious though if I can reprogram it. You remember when we used to get, like, before we had like smartphones, when we used to have the old style mobile phones, and used to have like MIDI ringtones and polyphonic ringtones and things like that, and you could program your own things. I wonder if I can change the tune that my washing machine plays when it finishes. That would be fun. Pointless, but fun. Donna says, same 3D printer guy, but my washer does the same thing. Yes, it seems quite a common bit of music, doesn't it? I wonder if it has a name, that tune. I'm sure it does. I'm surprised somebody hasn't like sampled it and remixed it and made it into like a dance tune or something. It's kind of asking for it, isn't it? 3D printing acid. I might just go and put my washer on just to hear it. Yeah. Maybe we've all bought the Ray version, yes. Right, so we're nearly done here. Let's just bring this round here. Stick that on, like so. Great. So that's everything on this board now, apart from the 4 Vulcan fountains, which I'm going to get next week, and the wheel done. But what I need to do, I need to kind of tidy up. If you can see around the back of this, which I know you can't, but I will spin it round so you can. Because I've used these 1 meter talons, it's a little bit messy with these wires. These wires are going to get caught and things. So I'm just going to tape these wires against the side. I'll use a little bit of electrical tape for that if I've got some. Where did I put my electrical tape? It's over here. Yes, I paid for the ringtones once. It's bulletproof, Mum. These days I just want it as silent as possible. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, I don't. In fact, I think my text tone, I don't even have a text tone, so my phone will only kind of make a noise when it actually rings. If someone texts me, I don't hear it. Right, let's get these against here. Actually, I might use some. I was going to use Alex tape, but I might just use a bit of gaffer. Just because it's a little bit stronger than Alex tape. So I'll bring these wires around here. I'll show you this working, if you like, in a minute. I'll put a nice little piece there. In fact, I can why don't I turn this round and then I can do it so you guys can see. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? There we go. Right, let me come round that side. I'll move this out of the way so I can get round. Tape that down there. And you see that's a lot neater, that now. Do the same on the other side. So we bring all these around here, like that. And we'll put a bit more tape at the bottom as well. And now that's a lot neater. That's really good. I can get these ones out of the way as well. Great. There we go. So there's that board done as much as I can for now, until I get my little Vulcan fountains next week. So let's move on to the third board. I don't think we're going to get all these done by midnight, are we? What are we on now? 10 to 10. Let's see how we go though. Do I ever use zip ties for the cables? I do use zip ties quite a lot for fireworks. I find it easier on here just to use gaffer tape. But yeah, you can use cable ties on things. As I said on the stream yesterday, the one thing you've got to be careful of is if you use cable ties on candles, if you pull them too tight, it can choke the candle and actually prevent the little shots from coming out, and they can explode in the tube and blow your firework apart. So just be mindful if you're using cable ties on Roman candles that you don't do them too tight. On fountains though, usually they're absolutely fine. Washing machines, new wheel. It spins, it makes that. Wouldn't that be great if we had a firework that made that noise, the washing machine noise? That would be good. What's the NEC of the wheels? They look good. The NEC of the wheels, they are the tricolour wheels from Bright Star. They come in a pack of 2. They are, let's have a little look. Doesn't say on there, it will say on the actual back of the wheel itself. Uh, 15 grams. So each of the 3 motors, I guess, is 5 grams. So they're not massive. But you know, I find kids like Catherine wheels, don't they? Adults do as well. But even though these are not massive, having 5 of them along the front of my site, all going off together, The audience will like it. The audience always love a good Catherine wheel. So, yeah, these are the Bright Star tricolour wheels. It does actually suggest the height to do them as well. Attached securely to a height of approximately 1.7 metres. Why 1.7 as opposed to 1.6 and 1.8? I don't know, but the recommendation is to mount them securely to a height of approximately 1.7 metres to an upright post by means of the nails supplied through the hole. Ensure the wheel is free to rotate, straighten fuse carefully, standing sideways, light fuse its outermost end, and retire immediately at least 8 metres. Spectators must be at least 8 metres away. So there we go. Phil Speedway 1 is here. Welcome back, Phil. Nice to have you here this evening. How many fireworks do you have in total on this show? Let me have a little look. On this show, let me just filter my spreadsheet and I'll be able to tell you. I am still waiting. I still haven't got all the fireworks yet for this show. I've got about 2/3 of them. Hopefully get the rest next week, I hope. But in terms of quantities of fireworks, let's have a little look. This show has... That's not right. Hang on, I need to change my filters. What am I still filtering here? Oh, there we go. Filter. 67 is that? No, hang on, 60. 67, 68, 69, 70, 76, 77, 78, 79. So you're probably in the region of just shy of 100 on this show. On my show that I'm doing a few days after this one, there's going to be even more. Is the answer to that. I'm not even worked that out yet. But NEC wise, that's net explosive, well, NEQ wise, net explosive quantity of this show, we worked it out last night. It was just over 12 kilograms of explosives for this show in Liverpool. Space is quite limited, so I have to be restrictive on what I do. The show I'm doing actually on Bonfire Night itself, close to home in Manchester, there's more space. I'm doing that on a football pitch, and the NEQ for that show is close to 32 kilograms. So there we go. So it's not always about the number of fireworks, it's what's more important is the actual NEQ. Let's have a look. Is it just me, or has autocorrect complete on Android gone weird lately? Good question, I don't know. Got it on both phones. Yeah, so I'm not using a phone, I'm using my my MacBook here, so it doesn't even have autocorrect, I don't think, for YouTube. So what happens if fireworks don't arrive next week? What will happen? That's a really good question, actually. So I have made some contingencies. We talked earlier about a Bright Star product that I was hoping was going to arrive in time. It's not arrived in time, so I've had to swap something out for that, which I've already done. I know definitely next week I'm getting the Vulcan ones because I know they're in stock, and the supplier's already said he'll swap out the magical fountains for the Vulcan ones, so I know I'm going to get that. The ones I'm waiting for next week, all being well, will come. If they don't, again, I've got some contingencies in place of what I can do. They're not essential ones. I can still put a good show on without them, but obviously the show will be better with them. But we'll see. Hopefully, touch wood, they will all arrive next week. Phil says had a few fireworks tonight. Did the Celtic 6-pack and some Space Hawks. Very enjoyable indeed. Yes, nice little selection there, Phil. Okay, let's move on to the next board then now. So first two boards now are finally done, as much as they can be. This board, the centre board, I need to tape things down first and foremost, connect things up with the igniters, and then foil the tops. So we've got the three fountains again at the front, the three little traffic light fountains, which will tape down, the TNT Crickets fountain, the Spectrum, the Jelly Beans fountain. There's going to be then the three crackle mines now on this one, one going up vertically, two going off to the sides. We need to get those in. The SOS fountain in the back from Yorgi, the standard fireworks Oh So Quiet, the blue Bengal flame. So let's start getting those all strapped in, as it were, taped down. So we'll get these little fountains in at the front. Oh, I moved ahead then. I got onto the 4th board. We're still on the 3rd board. Okay, right, let's just bend this down a little bit. This is a downside of cones because, of course, they're conic shaped. These right angle brackets don't kind of meet up very nicely against them. But fortunately, these little corner brackets I got off Amazon are bendable. Even with my hands, with my thumb, I can bend it back to get the angle so that it's right up against the body of the traffic cone. This one needs to go back a little bit more. That's good. This one goes back a little bit more as well. Oh, there goes one of my crackle mines. Let's just move those off for now so they don't fall off. And let's get the flare off as well for now. I say it's a flare, it's not a flare, it's a Bengal flame. We'll put those there whilst we come and do that. Let me just check the chat. Going to pick up another 6-pack tomorrow. I was very impressed. Yeah, Celtic do some nice little barrage packs. They do the 6-pack, they do the 9-pack. They do a nice low noise one as well. I've got it here. I fired this last year, so you'll find footage and review of this on my channel. The quiet ones, it's a nice barrage pack, 6 cakes in here that are all low noise from Celtic. So yeah, they do some nice barrage packs. Do Celtic. And that low noise one, I say, is lovely. If you've got little kids that don't really like the loud bangs, that's a great one to go for. Right, we were coming around this side, weren't we now? And taping down the traffic cones. Standard traffic cones. And I said before, I really like these corner brackets because they're 50mm in length, which is exactly the same width as my gaffer tape, which is really quite satisfying. And you probably think, why am I gaffering these? Why do you need to gaffer them? To be fair, for these little fountains, you don't really. There's very little recoil, but basically it's just to stop them falling over. Because I've got to transport these to Liverpool, I don't want them falling over everywhere. So this just keeps them really nice and in position where I want them without any movement. So we'll do these 3 like so. We'll also do the little strobe here whilst I'm at the front. These strobes are great, by Yorgi. JS021 is the code. Strobe fountains, the white strobes. I wish Yorgi did some different coloured ones as well, but never mind. And yeah, this lasts for 60 seconds, and they're bright. They're really bright. I did a comparison last year of these and Celtic's blinkers, and I actually thought these Yorgi ones were better. So let's get that round there. Great, that's those ones done. Let's get this TNT Crickets one in whilst I'm here. Oh, before I tape that though, I did put a little bit double-sided tape on here, some really strong double-sided tape on the bottom of these bigger fountains. Again, just to prevent any movement. I'll still gaffer tape around the brackets as well, but this will just give it a little bit more stability on the table. And when you do brackets as well, always get the brackets the audience side. So you'll see I've got one bracket on here, it's at the front, so there is absolutely no way that this could fall forward. If it's going to fall anywhere, it's going to fall back or to the side. It can't fall forward to the audience. The last thing you want is things firing towards your audience. Even though the audience is going to be a safe enough distance away from this, you still don't want it to happen. So that's why the brackets are at the front. Some of them have multiple brackets on as well, some of the bigger ones. But these little fountains, I've just got one bracket on, and then we gaffer tape around. Sorry, I appreciate I'm right in front of the camera now as well, so you can't actually see what I'm doing, but there we go, there's that one. Let's do the Spectrum fountain whilst we are here. So this has got a couple of brackets on. So again, I'm sorry I'm blocking the camera. I shall move out of the way momentarily. Let me just get this all the way around here, around the two brackets. Let me just move that out of the way for a second so I can get all the way around. Just bend that in a little bit there. Nice. What I didn't do though, I didn't take the double-sided tape off the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to redo that one. Well, actually, no, to be fair, yeah, I'm going to redo it. Let's do it properly. Let's do it properly. It'd probably be okay. But as I say, you can't take safety seriously enough, really. So we'll take this gaffer tape off like that, and we will redo it. Excuse me a second. I might be able to do it like this. Let's just have a look. Let's move this out of the way. I can actually get to take the double-sided tape off, can I? Yep, there we go. Let's put this back in position then. Like so. I will put more gaffer tape around it as well. But there's I mean, this is such a low power fountain, these jelly bean ones. They don't emit an effect very high. Basically, the little coloured blobs almost kind of fall out of the top of these. So there's not a lot of chance of this falling over. But again, you know, the idea here is to minimise risks as much as possible, make everything as safe as we possibly can. So double-sided tape underneath, really strong stuff, and gaffer tape around two brackets which are screwed into the wood. That's not going to go anywhere now, which is good. Let's do a chat check and see what I've missed. We're still talking about washing machines, I see in the chat. I love these live streams. I love how we go off on all these different tangents. It's great. 6-pack is quite punchy. Quiet Ones was great for low noise display for children. Yes, absolutely. Local pyro, I agree. Going to pick up another 6-pack tomorrow. Very impressed. Yes. That's good that you can adjust them, says Donna. Vivid 6-pack is good. Yes, Vivid do some nice barrage packs as well. Traffic lights, you got red, amber, green. Yes. Interestingly though, the amber fountain is called yellow. So for me, yeah, traffic lights have always been red, amber, green. But in this case, it's red, yellow, green. I mean, you know, we're splitting hairs, I guess, but there we go. JLK Pyro Nut is here. He says, hey, Mark. Hello, Jason. Welcome back. There we go. 15 of you here in the chat at the moment, and 13 of you have clicked like. Thanks, everybody, if you click like on this stream. Right, let's get this one in then next. This is Oh So Quiet from Standard Fireworks, so a low noise fountain here. Again, fairly inexpensive, fairly cheap, so nice one to put in the display. That's good. That's not going. Oh, do you know, I've done it again. I'm not taking a double-sided tape off the bottom. Okay, there we go. We'll do it properly. That's frustrating. Never mind. It's all good. Might even be able to do it without getting it off fully. Let's have a look. Yep, There we go. Slot that back down, stick that down, and I'll redo the tape over that. Around there and around here. Right, I'll try and remember next time to take the double-sided tape off. In fact, let's do that now. Let's do that now before I forget. So on the next one, I'll take the double-sided tape off the bottom and just put a little strip of it. It just helps prevent any movement of this fountain. It's kind of being extra safe, really, because I've got 3 brackets on this fountain. There's not a lot of weight in it, it's just quite bulky, so 3 brackets on this. You can never have too many brackets. If in doubt, put an extra bracket on. Little handy hint there. And then we will tape around this one as well. So let's go like this, around there, around here. Oh, I didn't quite do it long enough, by about 2 centimeters. Never mind. There we go, there's that one in. Joseph says, I just clicked it to top it up to 14 likes. Thank you very much. Samantha Lowe is here. Hi, Sam. Welcome in. Nice to have you here. 17 people watching. Yeah, my thing says 18, but yeah, there might have been 17 a few moments ago. So thanks, everybody. I appreciate your company here tonight. If you're new here and you think, well, what's this? Who's this guy? My name's Mark. I'm in the UK. I do fireworks. I do them professionally. I do them as a hobby as well. I'm currently setting up, doing some prep work for a big display I'm doing in Liverpool on the 3rd of November. I've got another display coming up on the 5th of November as well. I've got a lot of prep to do for that. So last night we did some live streaming for 4.5 hours. We're doing some live streaming tonight. There's going to be more live streams coming up over the next week or so as well. So if you're enjoying this, if you're finding it interesting, click subscribe and enable notifications. That way when I go live again, you'll be the first to know. A 3D printer guy says, I think the only thing needs to do now is 3D print some E-match to Visco adapters. And then, oh, that's good. That's a good idea, yeah. So what we talk about there, E-match to Visco adapters. So Talon's really easy to connect to Visco. They just clip on. E-matches are slightly more tricky to connect onto Visco. Let me see if I've got an E-match here, a spent E-match I can show you. This is one I've already used. So E-match is a little bit more difficult to connect to Visco. You can just plug them into the end of the Visco, shove the Visco down, sort of tape it all up, and that will work. Or you can get little special E-match to Visco connectors, which allows you to put the Visco in one end, the E-match in on the other, kind of tape it right. But actually, I don't know why I'm telling you that. I think I might have one to show you. Well, this is an E-match to quick match adapter, but it's the same kind of thing. So quick match will go in there, or Visco in this case. Your E-match plugs into there, and then you can wrap it around like that, and it means that even if you pull this, it's not going to pull the E-match out. So nice little connectors these. But yeah, if you're going to 3D print some, absolutely, that sounds really cool. I like that idea. You can buy them, of course, but hey, if you're a 3D printer guy, 3D print them, why not? Baby Lee says, why we talk about washing machines. Yeah, if anyone's tuning in now thinking, why were they all talking about washing machines? Well, you rewind the stream a little bit and you'll find out what that was all about. Norfolk Pyro, hi there, says, hey, I got a firework that looks damaged. What shall I do? The tube looks slightly bent. Without seeing it, it's going to be difficult to advise. What sort of firework is it? Is it a cake? Is it a barrage? Let me know in the chat. And also, whereabouts is it bent? Is it bent near the top of the tube, the middle, the bottom? Let me know. It's difficult to advise without seeing it, but the more information you can give me, the better my advice can be. So yeah, please post some more in the chat. Joseph says, is that stuff in the 3D printers flammable? 3D printer guy? That's a good question. That is a good question. If you're going to 3D print bits to use with fireworks, will it melt? Can you get one? Obviously it must melt because it melts when you, in order to 3D print stuff, but I wonder how robust it would be if it came in contact with a flame or heat from fireworks? That's a really valid question, that, Joseph. Yeah. Baby Peach says her washing machine doesn't sound of anything. I feel sorry for you if yours doesn't play a little jaunty tune like mine and some of you guys does. Lisa's been here for 2 hours. Yes, I have been streaming just over 2 hours now. I say I'm not going to go 4.5 hours again today. I will be finishing by midnight at the latest because I've got to get up. I'm working a 12-hour day tomorrow. Last minute jobs come in. I've got to start work at 6:30 in the morning, so don't want to be too late to bed tonight. So hope you guys understand. But there will be more live streams coming up. Possibly not tomorrow because I might be exhausted after a 12-hour day, but you never know. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, there's going to be more stuff coming up. So going off another tangent here, saw on the forum someone suggested the Celtic Monster Fountain was as a wheel driver. Imagine that. Yes, I did see that. Could you use it as a wheel driver? It would be an interesting one because that fountain, the Monster Fountain, if you don't know what we talk about, check it out on my channel. Just search Monster Fountain. It's a new fountain from Celtic. It's massive. It lasts a minute and it goes to a height of 10 meters. To use that as a driver, as a motor on a Catherine wheel, that's going to have to be one very big Catherine wheel. Those Monster Fountains are very heavy, very heavy. There's 800 and something odd amounts of grams of powder in it alone, and then there's a big weight in the bottom as well, so it probably overall weighs about 1 kilogram. So you're going to need a lot of those on a wheel to have enough force to rotate the wheel, but also because those shoot out 10 meters high, you're going to need such a great big space. You're going to have it so high off the ground for starters. It would look epic, but practically whether it would be achievable, I don't know. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. Bulletproof one on that. Let's have a look. Norfolk Pyro. I'm in Norfolk. Pudding as well. Yes, it's nice to have some people here from Norfolk. And you guys actually do have a specialist shop in Norfolk now called Norfolk Fireworks, run by a guy called Chris. He's only been in business a year or two. But if you're looking for fireworks, do check out Norfolk Fireworks. They're your nearest local supplier. There's also Trafalgar Fireworks. Actually, they're based in Norwich. So how do I know all this stuff? Well, actually, my wife's from Norfolk, so we are down in Norfolk quite a bit. So yes, I am familiar with the area. So welcome, everybody. If you're watching from the Norfolk area, you're more than welcome. 3D printer guy, from my experience, they work very well. Yes, they do melt slightly. They're single-use item, but to be fair, the ones you buy, they melt. I mean, that one I just showed you was kind of half melted anyway. So you're right, they are only single-use, even the ones you buy. So in theory, they could catch fire, but the Drace is so short they don't. You haven't used about 50. Yeah, very valid point. I like that. I like the fact you can 3D print stuff. That's great. Right, where are we up to? Right, everything is, no, not everything is attached yet because we've still got to get the Bengal flare in and we've still got to get in the 3 single shot crackle mines that we decided we were going to do. I say we, if you don't know what we're talking about. Last night on the stream, I realised I needed one extra channel on these 2 boards here. So we had to move stuff off these boards onto other boards. Wasn't quite sure how I was going to do it. So we put it out to a vote in the chat and you guys decided. So you guys actually had an input in the design of my show. So as a result of that, this board's going to have 3 crackle mines in a W formation. So let's get those in situ and taped down. Ready to go. So yeah, these T1 crackle mines come with igniters built in, effectively E-match. So when you buy them, they come like that, pre-wired. So you connect the wires into your firing system and off you go. These don't have a fuse as such, so you can't hand light these. They do require an electronic firing system in order to be able to fire them. They usually use, this is what you'll find on professional shows, but because these are T1 as opposed to category 4, they are technically available to anyone in the UK over the age of 18. I hesitated there because it used to be that theatrical pyro was age 16. It has gone up now, it is 18. But when I first started doing pyro, I started doing theatrical pyro when I was 16. I was firing these kind of things. Well, it's more like Lemaitre kind of indoor effects and things back then. But yeah, when I was 16, I started doing pyro. Okay, so we're going to have one at that kind of angle. I'm not entirely sure on the angles yet, but I say I can bend these brackets around a little bit as and when necessary, and another one there. So let's get those taped in. I might do that from the front on that one maybe. I can do this one from the back. These are really quite close, so it's difficult to get the tape round. In fact, I've taped that to the fountain now. Let me cut that bit off. But these little crackle mines, they don't have a wide spread to them. They are a very narrow effect. So I'm not particularly concerned about these being close to these fountains. It's in between. It's behind this TNT Crickets fountain and in front of this standard one. I'm not concerned about that in any way. And also these T1s come pre-foiled, which is great. In fact, most professional, I think all professional single shots come with foil tops. Because if you could imagine, if you're doing a big professional pyro musical, you could have hundreds, if not thousands, of single shots like this. You've not got time to be foiling the tops of them all. So they come pre-foiled for you, which is rather nice. There we go, that was that one in there. Well, Joseph says he goes to Trafalgar every year. I'll try that other place though. Yeah, so Trafalgar and I say Norfolk Fireworks, it's a new one. It's only been going a couple of years, so a small retailer, but he has a good selection. Guy called Chris. Tell him Marko says hi. He'll be like, what, who? You say, you know, Marko. But yeah, I'm all for supporting these little all year round fireworks stockists. As I say, there are some big ones that potentially have bigger selections and things, but you know, let's support these smaller ones as well. Why not? I think the more choice we have, really, the better. So yeah, that was Norfolk Fireworks. I think the website is probably like norfolkfireworks.co.uk or something. So they don't sponsor me. This is free publicity I'm giving them here. But I think it's norfolkfireworks.co.uk. Let me have a little look. Let's have a look. norfolkfireworks.co.uk. There we are. Yes, it's norfolkfireworks.co.uk. They have a price match promise. There you go. And let's see what brands they stock. They stock Absolute, Bright Star, Celtic, Jonathan's, Kimbolton, Pyro Works. What else do they do? Taipan, Vivid, Vulcan, Gemstone. Loads of different brands. So yeah, that's Norfolk Fireworks. So they've only been going here a couple of years. So if you're in that area, let's give them a bit of support. Right, there's those two crackle ones in. Let's get the third crackle one in. That's going to go at the back because that's where I've got space, and that's going to go straight up. These are all going to fire together, so we're going to go two off the sides, one up here, and then we're going to have the two on the outer boards firing across as well. So it should look, I think it's going to look quite good, that, as part of the finale for this display. I think that piece is long enough. Let's get a longer piece. It's a bit too long now. Great, that's good. And then next to that, yes, we're going to get in this this lovely new Celtic. I say lovely, I haven't actually seen any footage of this. I don't know what it's going to be like, but it's by Celtic. who are a really reputable brand. They do professional stuff as well as consumer fireworks. So I have no hesitation in, I have enough confidence in this, even though I've never seen it, to put it in my show and be confident that it's going to perform. So yeah, these are theatrical. They're classed as T1. I don't know why, because they are for outdoor use only. Well, actually, are they out for outdoor use only? It doesn't say that. And we were talking yesterday about the differences in classifications between fireworks. Typically consumer fireworks, F1, F2, F3 categories. F4 is professional stuff, which you won't be able to get if you're just a consumer. Then we have T1, which is theatrical pyrotechnics, which anybody can get and legally fire. Some of them are indoor use only, some of them are outdoor use only. But whereas the F2 stuff and the F3 stuff tells you the minimum safety distance for spectators, what I like about T1 stuff, it gives you two safety distances. It gives you a minimum safety distance in the direction of the effect and also a minimum safety distance radially away from this effect. So you can think of the radial ones as being the safety distances that you get on the F2 and F3 stuff, but it's nice this gives you a safety distance above as well. So this is really useful because if you're doing pyrotechnics like in an arena or a nightclub or something like that, you need to know how high you can be from your ceiling. I've seen so many horror stories and seen footage and stuff of when pyrotechnics have been used in nightclubs with very low ceilings or with drapes and curtains, and the pyrotechnic goes off and it sets fire to the ceiling tiles, and it's disastrous. So it's nice that they give you this information on here. So on these, the minimum safety distance in the direction of effect is 1 meter. So no sparks are going to come out of here. There's going to be a flame. I don't know if it's going to be that big or that big, but either way, it's going to be a lot less than 1 meter. And the minimum radial safety distance is a meter as well. So spectators could be as close as a meter away from this and it would be safe. So this is going to go in here right next to the T1, right next to the crackle mine rather. They're both T1s. So let's get that in there and around the bracket. There we go, that's good. And that's now everything on this board for now taped in. Let's catch up on the chat. Do you know the website for the event hire? No, I don't know which event hire you mean, so no, I don't. 3D printer car, that's a good question. Who is Marko? Who am I? Yeah, well, that's me. My name's Mark. I'm in the UK. I do fireworks. And my channel's all about fireworks. If you like fireworks, if you enjoy fireworks, do consider subscribing to my channel, because that's what I do on this channel, fireworks. I do live streams, I do firework reviews. You get some exclusive landed footage before anybody else in the UK as well on my channel. So yeah. I will say Marko says hi, and Chris will say, oh, the guy who does the washing machine videos. Actually, Chris from Norfolk Fireworks has been in on my streams before in the live chat, so I don't think he's here tonight, but yeah, say do go check him out if you're in the Norfolk area. Right, so everything's taped down on there. Now we're 20 past 10 at night. We're kind of making some progress. Let's start e-matching these, not e-matching. Let's not e-match them. Let's talon them up. But let me just have a little drink first because my throat is feeling the effects. As I say, I am suffering with a bit of a cold, a sore throat and guitar, and I'm all bunged up and stuff, but soldering on. I've dosed myself up with Lemsip and Strepsils and things like that, so we're good to carry on. 3D printer guy, oh, that's a very nice comment. Thank you. In my opinion, Mark has the best firework channel on YouTube. Thank you. I genuinely do appreciate that. I know there are a lot of firework channels out there on YouTube. I like to make sure that mine is family friendly, and not all of them are. And also I like to promote the safe and responsible use of fireworks. I know there are some firework channels that don't do that and do some things that are quite dangerous because they want to get views and hits, and they do get views and hits. I'm not about that. I'm not about the numbers. I don't really care how many subscribers I've got. I don't really care about those kind of things, how many views I get and things like that. I just want to share my passion with you guys, and I know you guys appreciate that. So thank you very much for your kind words on that 3D printer guy. I really do appreciate that. In fact, I should actually mention as well, because I know some people do say, well, you know, we really like your channel, you've provided us with an evening of entertainment, how can we say thanks? There is now a little button beneath the chat that allows you to, it's like a little dollar symbol. You can kind of tip, you can send a little tip. You don't have to, it's not expected, but it's always appreciated. And there's also PayPal as well. I don't really talk about it a lot, but that option is there, guys, if you want. I know like Bulletproof Mum's done that before. I really appreciate that. So thank you. That's another way you can support my channel, other than subscribing and sharing it out and things like that. The cake is so Evolution, I think it's a 30mm. If not 20, right, okay, so whereabouts then, Norfolk Pyro, is this tube damaged? If it's damaged near the very top, it's probably okay. If it's damaged a bit further down, if it's damaged sort of halfway down or more, below the wet, if you look at the top one, imagine you might not have skimmed it. If whereabouts is the damage? Is it near the top or is it lower down in the tube? That's the next question you can perhaps put the answer to in the chat, and I will try and advise a little better if I can. Right, so let's get some talons on these things then now. So red, green and blue, not red, green and blue, red, yellow and green fountains I know are going into 1, 2 and 3. I think that's what they do on the other boards. Let me just double check. Yeah, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so let's clip these on. One's going to go this way, I think. And once again, I'm clipping these as close as I can get them to where the visco fuse goes into the, I'm going to have to come around that side, I think, to do these. As close as I can to where the visco fuse enters the actual firework, in order to minimize the difference in time between when I ignite the talon igniter and when the firework starts to spring into life. So excuse me for a minute if I've got my back to you. It's not me being rude, it's just just the way it is to get these on. So that's clipped on. I'm going to fold that fuse back on there, so when I put some foil over it, it'll keep that nice and protected. Clip this one on to the yellow one, like so. Give it a little squeeze, make sure it's well clipped on. This one we'll put on to here on the green one, like so. Right, let's connect those up to the rails at the back, or the rail, singular. Take the little sheaths off the end of these igniter wires. Put those in the bin. Oh, and we've got a super chat, the first super chat of the night. 3D printer guy, $4.99. Put it towards new washing machine without a ringtone. Well deserved for all these live streams. 3D printer guy, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but that's really appreciated. Thank you so much. And yes, I might not put that towards the washing machine, but it will be put towards some igniters or something like that to think something that will benefit the channel. All the tips and things that I get for this channel, which I don't get a lot, and I say I don't make a living out of this, I'm not doing it for the money, but anything that you guys do give, it does go back into the channel, so I can buy fireworks to review and show you and things like that. So it doesn't go to waste. So thank you very much, 3D printer guy. That's really appreciated. Thank you. Let's catch up on some more chat as well. Donna has to go now. We're meeting some friends for dinner at Wilderness Lodge. Oh, I'd love to be going for dinner at Wilderness Lodge right now, rather than stuck in my garage. But hey, I'm doing fireworks and I love fireworks as well. But you have a great evening, Donna, at Wilderness Lodge over there at Disney. Have a great weekend, Donna. Great to see you in the chat. Thanks for being here. And guys, as I say before, if you like cooking, if you like food, Donna has a great channel where she does all that kind of stuff and does live streams from her kitchen and things like that. So, oh, are we still streaming? I've got a warning to say it stopped streaming. I think we're back. There we go. Yeah, the good thing about this FireTech firing system is that you can actually do DMX as well. So you can control lights, flames, smoke machines, all those kind of things from the same system that we use to fire the fireworks. I haven't explored the DMX options yet with FireTech, but I have them on the modules, so it's something I will explore. I'm sure I'll do some videos of soon. Local Pyro says your videos of Southport this year were the best I've seen. Thank you, Local Pyro. I appreciate that. And you run the Dynamite fireworks crew. Well, congratulations. Well done. I love going to Southport. I have done behind the scenes stuff at Southport before, not on my channel, but I have done a behind the scenes tour. I would love one day to actually crew at Southport. I do crew professionally for a display company, but I haven't done Southport yet. It's on my kind of bucket list to do. But thank you for your kind words on my videos. Yeah, I do try and get some good quality footage. I like to, all my footage is at least 1080p, if not 4K. You'll see most of my videos are at 4K, 50 frames a second. So it's kind of like the best you can kind of get. I did try live streaming once, the Southport fireworks a few years ago. Didn't really work because there's absolutely no signal there. And that's the downside. I would love to be able to live stream some professional firework displays from the UK that I go and visit and watch and put them on my channel live. But these are usually in the middle of nowhere in fields and stuff, and there's just no signal, so I have to record them and put them on my channel a day or two after. So, but thank you for your comments on my Southport videos. I really do appreciate that, Local Pyro. So thank you. Bulletproof Mom, you're on UKFR. Pictures on there might help. Yes, if you might, probably not, but Norfolk Pyro, if you are on the forum, if you can post a photo of your damaged firework, then you'll get a load of people who know what they're talking about and being able to advise you better on that. Norfolk Pyro says, okay, I think I used to be. 3D Printer Guy says, I've learned so much from your channel, you deserve it. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Right, let's get these little traffic light fountains connected in. So the red one's going into channel 1 down here. The yellow one, which one's the yellow one? This one. Got to get these right. It's going into channel 2. Yeah, I'm one of these people, like, if I go to a firework display, I spot all the mistakes. I spot all the things that have been wired incorrectly or fire at the wrong time and things like that. And it annoys my wife when I'm like, oh, that shouldn't have happened. That was wrong. She's like, just enjoy it. I'm the same though, like when I go to like Blackpool illuminations and things like that, I will spot all the light bulbs that are not working and it will just bug me. I even do it, like they show old episodes of Top of the Pops on BBC4 on Friday evenings from the 90s, back when I used to kind of watch it and stuff. And I watch it with my wife and I'm just like, oh, that light's not working, that light should be working. Right, there we go, 1, 2, 3. Let's do the strobe. Let's see what the strobe's going in to. And the strobe's going into 9. Okay, 9 for the strobe. At the front, so I need to come around that side to do that one. Let me just put this little bit in the bin. There we go. So we'll clip this onto the strobe. Run that underneath and that's going to go into number 9 on my rail or slat. I've got to get used to calling them rails. In my old WPS firing system, they were called slats. And with Firetech, they're called rails. They're exactly the same thing. The words are interchangeable. They mean the same, but I need to start using the correct terminology, really. These are rails. And this is what all the igniters connect to. The rails, in turn, connect through a Category 5 and network cable to a module which provides power for the igniters. And that connects wirelessly to a controller. I load the script into the controller for the show. That transfers it to the modules. I press go and it fires the show. That's the theory anyways. Right, let's catch up a little bit on chat. 3D Printer Guy says I wouldn't call it crewing, but I will be joining with the display team for experience this year. Hopefully I can crew a display in the future. Yeah, great, brilliant. Let us know how you get on with that. Bulletproof will contribute again soon. I know it's not expected, and it isn't expected. It's really not. If you're regular to my live streams, you'll know that I don't mention it like a lot at all because it isn't expected. I don't do this because I want money from you guys, but I do know that some of you appreciate what I do and want to support my channel. So thank you very much. 3D Printer Guy, I've started to notice stuff like that too. 1 or 2 bits at Belleville Castle this year. Yes. This is it. When I watch shows, I'm always looking for the mistakes now. Things that didn't fire as they should have done. But it happens, you know. There's so many things that can go wrong in a show in terms of things firing wrongly. And it's not just down to one person. When you think of these big firework displays, these professional ones, there's a number of people involved. Yes, you'll have somebody that designs the show, puts it all out on computer, that will print out all the labels for how stuff needs to be connected. You'll then have people in the fusing shed that will then fuse all those things and connect them all together. You'll then have other people actually on site on the day setting it all up and connecting it all in. And when you come to test the show that everything's connected, it doesn't tell you if the right things are connected, it just tells you if things are connected or not. So you could get perfect continuity, yeah, everything looks good, fire the show, and things fire wrong because they're plugged in wrongly somewhere, either on site, back in the fusing shed and stuff. So there's lots of different things, lots of different points of failure. Most of the time people won't notice it. They'll just think, wow, fireworks, great, amazing. But those of us who kind of watch a lot of displays and work in the industry as well, then, you know, we do notice these little things. It adds another dynamic to the display and makes it more fun. Yes, it does. I agree. Okay, right. Let's connect in the TNT crickets fountain. Let's just get the fuse covers off these, and let's get the fuse cover off that, and the fuse cover off that, and the fuse cover off this, like so. So the fuse for that one is there, fuse for that one is there. These 2 fuses are under the cellophane wrappers. So I need to just take my little pen knife, pocket knife, and just cut a little bit of that cellophane to allow me to access the fuse. There's that one. And here's this one. Two. Great, there we go. Norfolk Power says it looks slightly like bent inwards, seems fine. Just check, because it might be, is it a straight firing cake or is it a cake that fires at angles? In which case the tubes, if you look at the top, the tubes can look a little bit bent, not straight, but then that's how they're designed, because it's designed to be fan shaped or W firing or V firing or whatever. So generally speaking, if the tube is a little bit squashed or whatever near the top of the tube, it's generally okay to fire. But if in doubt, maybe take it back. I don't know where you got it from. If you got it from a specialist retailer, take it back. They'll be able to advise you on whether it's safe to fire. Okay, right, let's connect. What does the little crickets fountain go into? Crickets is going into 10. So let's get another talon here. We'll clip this on down here. Give it a good squeeze, make sure there's good contact with the fuse. This one's going into 10. The jelly beans fountain, that goes in to 12. Let's do that one into 12. let's have a look at the chat. Still wonder how many people bury their fireworks. Yeah, and if people are following the instructions, then yeah, you still like a few of these I can show you on the camera. So this little low noise fountain from Standard Fireworks, oh so quiet, says on here, bury to this line. Spectrum says bury to this line. So if you were following this to the letter, technically you'd need to dig a hole and put this in and bury it that deep in the ground. Why? Well, it's to stop it toppling. But as you can see from here, I'm using other mitigations to be able to prevent this from toppling. Namely, these have got double-sided tape on the bottom. I'm sticking them down. I'm then putting brackets, screwing brackets into the wood, butting the brackets up against here, and then gaffer taping around. So pretty much where that line is anyway. So when it says bury, it's basically to stop it toppling. If you can mitigate that risk in another way, which works, then that's absolutely fine as well. So, but yes, I do wonder how many people do actually bury these. And again, you know, if you don't have access to all these brackets and fountain boards and this, that, and the other and stuff, and you are just doing fireworks like this in your back garden, and you don't have gaffer tape and you don't have anything, you don't have cable ties, what can you actually do? Well, you could just get a bucket of sand and bury this up to that line in the sand, and that will stop it toppling. So there's other things you can do if you don't want to dig holes in your grass and things like that. So Heather Springer is here. Hello, Heather. Welcome in. Nice to have you here. Hope you're well. Norfolk Pyro says it's straight firing. It was Galactic. Okay, well, yeah, talk to Galactic. They will be able to advise you on that. Absolutely. And Bulletproof Mum says stakes all the way or similar alternative. I've used bigger versions of what Marco's doing here when on concrete. Yes, staking and taping is another thing you can do. Obviously, for one of my displays that I'm doing this year, it's going to be on a football pitch, a professional football pitch, an FA pitch, which means that I can't hammer anything into the ground. So there's other ways we can prevent things toppling. But yeah, that is one way to prevent these from falling, which is to dig a hole and bury them up to the line. What I would say if you are going to do that is wrap this in a plastic bag or cling film or something first, because if you dig a hole in your grass and bury this, there is a risk that the moisture and the dampness in the ground can soak into the bottom of this firework and prevent it from performing properly. So if you are going to bury your fireworks as per the bury to this line instructions, do take steps to prevent moisture, groundwater from getting into these. That's a little bit of a tip advice there. There we go. Right, we're caught up on the chat. Let's get back to what was I doing? Connecting these up. That's right. So we connected that one. Did I connect that up? Yep. Let's do the oh so quiet one. Let's see what that goes into. That's going into 13. So if you're just joining us, because we've got 13 people watching at the moment, if you don't know who I am, my name's Mark. I'm in the UK right now, and it's 11:15 at night, and I'm doing some pre-prep for a public firework display I'm doing in Liverpool on the 3rd of November, because we have bonfire night here on the 5th of November. It's a big thing in the UK. So I'm doing a display on the 3rd in Liverpool. I'm doing another one on bonfire night itself, closer to home here in Manchester. Lots to do for both of those, and I'm trying to get ahead by doing as much prep safely as I can off-site prior to those days themselves. And at the moment I'm setting up these fountain tables. These are for my display in Liverpool. And the idea being that I set all these up now, so when it comes to event day, I can take these plinths off these stands, I can transport the stands, I can transport the plinths. When I get to the firing site, set up the stands, put the plinths on top, put a bag over them to keep them dry until firing time, connect up the cable to my firing system, and it's all good to go. So it saves a lot of time. That's on the fountain side. Cakes are all going to be e-matched. I'm going to have to set up cakes actually on site, but fountains, I want to try and get them all done beforehand. So that's the plan. Bulletproof Mum says main thing is to make sure it's secure. Make absolutely sure it won't topple over. Yes. exactly on a large cake, I will always use more than one steak, so it's very secure. Yeah, and that's the way to do it. Make sure the number of steaks you can never have too many steaks. Okay, you need to do the steaks based on how big or how powerful your fireworks are. Fireworks are. At the very minimum, you need a steak at the front of your cake. Why do you put it at the front? Well, so that it can't topple forward. If it's going to topple anyway, it's going to be to the back or to the side. It can't topple forward. So if you're going to do just one steak, always do it on the front. And then I gaffer tape around it. You could cable tie, but be careful not to pull it too tight because you can choke the tubes. I have seen, there is one tutorial on YouTube at the moment. I think Aldi put it out. Was it Aldi? Aldi did they put it out last year. Aldi put out, to their credit, Aldi put out an 18-minute long safety video showing you how to set up little fountains and rockets and things like that. And to their credit, I'm pleased they did it. But at 18 minutes, who is going to sit through and watch an 18-minute safety video on fireworks? Most people, most consumers, the public are not going to do that. I did an abbreviated version of it and got it down to like 3 minutes and asked if I could put it up on my channel. Aldi never responded. But anyway, on that video, they show cakes being staked and then tied around with rope. If it stops it falling over, I guess it does the job. I've never done that. I usually use gaffer tape. For bigger cakes, I will use a stake on all 4 sides. If it's an angled fan cake, I will still do on 4 sides, but obviously I will angle the stakes on the sides. You've got to make sure they don't overhang the top of the cake. You don't want shots coming up and then rebounding off your stakes. So make sure your stakes are kind of the same height as your cake once they're hammered in, or a little bit lower. But you can never use too many stakes. Norfolk Pirate says, will you be doing a display in your garden this year? Sadly, not on bonfire night. I know those of you who are regular to my channel know that I do a live stream normally on bonfire night from my back garden, where we live stream some fireworks, and I normally do one on New Year's Eve as well. This year, I'm actually doing a display on bonfire night in Manchester, fairly close to where I live. I'm doing one on 2 days before on the Sunday, so I've got 2 big displays coming up. So it's not going to be possible for me to do something as well from my back garden on bonfire night, but I'm still planning on doing something in my back garden on New Year's Eve to see in the new year. I've been doing that now for several years, and I know you guys really enjoy that stream. So as it stands at the moment, I plan to do something live from my back garden on New Year's Eve with some fireworks. So hopefully you guys will join me there. But no live stream on bonfire night itself from me, but I'm hoping that these live streams on the run up to bonfire night are kind of going to make up for it. I streamed for 4.5 hours yesterday. We've already been going in nearly 3 hours tonight. There's going to be more coming up over the coming days as well. So hopefully that kind of makes up for there not being one on bonfire night itself this year. There we go. Great. Thanks for your understanding on that, Norfolk Pyro, but thanks for asking as well. Right, where are we up to? Where was I up to? I got completely sidetracked. Right, we've got everything connected on here. No, we've not. We were going to do this one here. So, and this one, there's 2 more to do. So the Oh So Quiet one is in. The Yorgi SOS, what number is that going into? That's going into 14. Click that on. Take the little end bit of the wire off. And then this is going into 14 on my rail. That's good. Let's get the flame in. The flame is going into 16. That's good. Great. 3D printer guy, have I ever fired Jeopardy by Vivid in person? Have I fired Jeopardy? I don't think I have. I fired quite a lot of Vivid stuff. Don't think I fired Jeopardy yet in person. I think it might be my standout piece this year. Okay, yeah, very good. Right, so we're foil taping now the tops of these. Let's start at the back this time. Let's mix it up a bit. Why not? I need my scissors. Where did I put my scissors? There they are. Bulletproof Mum gets completely off streaming on the bonfire night. Yeah, I mean, these displays, because it's me doing these displays, they do take a lot out of me. This is the first time I've done kind of 2 of my own displays, public displays, sort of back to back with literally a day between them to kind of do the changeover and things like that. So I'm going to be so busy that as much as I would love to do a stream for you guys on and around bonfire night with some live fireworks and stuff in my back garden, I've got to be safe. I've got to make sure that these public displays are safe, and if I'm exhausted and stuff, then that obviously is not a good thing. So I have to put safety first. So yeah, no live stream from my back garden for bonfire night this year, but all being well, I'm planning one for New Year's Eve again, to see in the new year, as I've done for a number of years now. There was one year where I actually let the fireworks off about 52 seconds early, inadvertently. I think I actually made that into a short on my channel. There's a short video on there of that little bit of that live stream where I surprised myself by pressing the button inadvertently too soon. But hey, it was fine. It was good. But yes, watch that video because my reaction is hilarious. I'm like, oh, what have I done? Right, let's foil the complete top of this one with a couple of strips of this aluminium foil tape. Readily available from hardware stores, this. That's not long enough. Let's do a slightly longer one. There you go. That's good. Joseph says, have you ever had a rocket malfunction when firing? Yes, I have. In fact, I think there's a short of that on my channel as well. I avoid rockets because the sticks, in case they go wrong and come down. Yes, I don't use any rockets in any of my public displays. They're just too erratic. There's just too many risks associated with them that I don't use them in any public displays at all. I have done fireworks. In fact, my New Year's Eve live stream this last year into 2024, I did purely rockets. I did a whole barrage of rockets. I built a great big rocket rack. You might have seen it if you follow my channel. We did a live stream of me, a few live streams, I think, of me assembling that and building that, and we let off a load of rockets on New Year's Eve. So rockets have their place, but yeah, I don't use them in public displays, and you won't really find any professional displays these days that use rockets at all. They're just too unpredictable in terms of their flight path, and then you've got the risk of sticks and debris and stuff falling onto people and causing injury and things like that. So it's not worth the risk to use rockets in public displays, in my opinion. But there are some impressive rockets out there, don't get me wrong. Bulletproof Mum, are you doing any for yourself, partner and daughter, on any of the nights in between? Well, my wife and my daughter will be coming to see the one I do in Liverpool. They may come to the one that I do in Manchester, but that's going to be a little bit later. The one in Liverpool, I fire around about 5:30 in the evening. Of course, the clocks will have changed by then, so it's dark. It's about an hour or so after sunset when I do that one. So that was fairly early. My daughter's only 3. So she comes along and watches that one. Whether she'll watch my one I do a couple of days later in Manchester, I don't know, because the firing time for that is until 8:15, which is obviously way past her bedtime. So we'll see. But she will certainly be seeing the one I do in Liverpool. I may do a little bit of pyro in the back garden for her as well. I've got some, I did mention these on the stream yesterday. I was given some of these little Vulcan Cyclone ground spinners, a little pack of 12. These little novel fireworks that they're only tiny. you like them, you put them on the ground, they spin around and things. I think my daughter's going to like those, so we may do some little bits like that, but she will get to see my display in Liverpool. She saw my display in Liverpool last year. She actually, for several weeks and months after that, she wanted to watch the video again on YouTube and watch it and watch it and watch it. It's like, can we see Daddy's fireworks again? Like, yeah, go on then. Let's have a look. Let's catch up on chat again. 3D printing guy, my small 18Q display takes it out of me, so I can't even imagine what it's like for you. Yeah, one display takes it out of me, let alone two. So there's a lot to do to get these two displays off the ground. But it's one of those things, it's like, if you're passionate about it, if you love it, if you've got the knowledge, you've got the experience, and you're always you're mindful of safety conscious at all times, then, you know, yes, it's a lot of work, but it doesn't feel like work because it's enjoyable to do. And there's no better feeling really when you do a public display and the cheer that you get at the end, the relief you get at the end that it's all gone smoothly, for one, is euphoric, but also to just get that round of applause and stuff at the end and know that people have appreciated. They don't know how much work's gone into it, but they've appreciated that 15-minute display, even though it's taken you several weeks and months to get it to that point. That round of applause you get at the end from 500 odd people, it's such a great feeling. It really is. Craig is debating getting an Ignite system. Yeah, they look good systems. They're new. They're by Cobra. Cobra's very reputable in terms of firing systems. Ignite's been around a few years now. It's like a smartphone enabled firing system. So 18 channels on these little modules. You can have up to 6 modules on the same system, and there is a 36 channel module out there now as well. So you can connect it up to your phone and fire it all from your phone. It has its benefits. It's relatively inexpensive, so it's a great way for, if you're brand new to electronic firing, it's a really good system to start with. I did hum and har about, well, shall I go for Ignite when I was looking at firing systems. I personally ruled it out for a couple of reasons. I didn't like the fact that everything connects on these little quick connectors. Yeah, okay, you can get adapters and stuff, but it's just like, I didn't really like the quick connectors. The actual little modules themselves are plastic, so I've seen photos of them getting burned and stuff. Yeah, okay, you could put them in a fireproof case, I get all that. And the fact that it was kind of over Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and things like that, I done for my smartphone. I wanted something a bit more robust. But as I say, for an entry-level system, it's really good. So yeah, let me know how you get on with that Ignite. That would be interesting to know. JLK uses fire-by-wire as my firing system, as most of my shows up and big computer design, fire-by-computer. Yes, I've used fire-by-wire before. In fact, the company that I crew for uses fire-by-wire. I don't like the system at all, if I'm honest. There's too many. I prefer wireless systems because there's a lot less to deal with. There is some wireless kit for fire-by-wire, but traditionally it's all a lot of cables, and it does the job. Yeah, it does the job, but yeah, I prefer Cobra or Firetech or something like that. But yes, I am familiar with fire-by-wire. Bulletproof Mum, I use rockets at home. Didn't with the Scouts display. Yeah, good call. 3D printer guy, I made my own relay with the 18Qs for a uni engineering project. I can only use it to control the safety aspect. Yeah, but I wouldn't advise you copying. Ignite system would be a great option. Yeah, I mean, you go back to the very, very early days of electronic firing systems, and you get people building, mainly in America, but nail boards where you'd basically have a big wooden board with loads of nails hammered in and a battery, and your igniters, one end of your igniter would be connected to a nail, and the other you basically make a circuit, so you could basically touch a nail against another one, and every time you did that, it would fire that igniter. That was the crudest electronic firing systems back in the day. Things have progressed a lot since then. I have seen systems like you say, your uni project using relays. I wouldn't advise using relays, obviously, in a live situation. For a uni project, it's fine. If you make a firing system using relays do have a habit of sticking relays, because basically a mechanical electromagnetic switch. There is a risk with that you turn your firing system on, the relay is already closed and it ignites something there and then. So, and not the safest option, but for a uni project, yeah, of course, absolutely fine. Bulletproof Mum, almost all my problems have been with rockets. Yes, I've had issues with rockets as well. I won't go into that, but yes, I feel your pain. Sparky Power, hi Marco, just got here looking great. A lot more done since last night. Yes, to be fair, a lot of that though was done off stream this afternoon, but we have done a bit tonight. But thanks for rejoining us, Sparky Power. It's great to have you back. 3D printer guy had a couple of rockets malfunction. I've only had one cake go wrong. I mean, the thing is, because I fired so much stuff, I've had cakes go malfunction, I've had rockets malfunction, I've had fountains malfunction. It happens, and the way you combat it is by making sure you've got the adequate safety distances and you do all those mitigations so that if something does go wrong, then it's contained and it doesn't impact on your spectators. I think Ignite is great for someone new, or if you're doing back garden stuff. I feel like professional displays, you would soon meet its limits. Yeah, that was the other thing. You at the time, this was before they brought out the 36 module, 36Q version. You were limited to have 18 Qs on 6 modules. That was the capacity of the system. So it was a bit limited. I know it's changed since then, but yeah, great entry level system, but you don't really see any professionals using Ignite. They'll use Cobra, which is kind of the big brother of it, but Ignite tends not to be used in professional displays. But yeah, for back garden stuff, absolutely. At the end of the day, it's going to be safer than hand lighting. So it's a reputable system and it's going to be safer. So yeah, absolutely go for it. Relatively inexpensive as well. I say it's good. It's a good way to, if you're not familiar with electronic firing, it's a good route into it, I would say. Okay, so just foiling the top now of the little TNT crickets fountain. And if you're just joining me thinking, why is he sticking foil on top of his fireworks? It's to prevent cross ignition. Because all these fountains are very close together, there is a risk that sparks from one fountain could land on a fuse or on the top of one of these other fountains and actually prematurely ignite that fountain. So by foiling the tops, we're aiming to sort of minimize that. And from experience, this works pretty well. 3D printer guy says I listed most of these problems in one of the assignments. The one with it, yeah, I'm sure you do. Again, if it's a uni project, of course you'll have covered all these things. I still use it with safety measures in place. The only one using it, hoping to get a good firing system. I love the fact that you built a firing system for a uni project. That's great. That's really cool. Right, so let's cover the top of the Spectrum, the Jelly Beans fountain. And 15 of you watching at the moment, so welcome in everybody if you are just joining. If you're new, my name's Mark, I do fireworks. If you can tell from my accent, I'm British, I'm in the UK. That's the thing I love about YouTube, people can be watching this from anywhere in the world. And it's great to have an international audience on my channel. Good. Right, we've got the strobe to do and the 3 little ones at the front. Let me have another sip of my drink as my throat's burning up. Right, let's go around the front and do these ones. Okay, let's do the strobe first. Like so. That's good. Actually, I might need to do a little bit more. There's a tiny little bit of fuse poking out of the bottom of that, which if I do this Catherine wheel first could potentially light that strobe. I'm not sure. I might do the strobes before the Catherine wheels, in which case it's a moot point, but let's just be extra cautious and just put a little bit extra foil on to cover this fuse fully. There we go, that's good. Now for the little traffic light fountains. And then we'll do a chat check in a moment. That's good. There we go. Our third board is pretty much there now, which is good. Let's have a look. Local Pirate are using a small PA speaker stands for the tables. Yes, I am. These are just normal speaker stands, relatively inexpensive. I think these were from, where did I get these from? These might have been CPC, somewhere like that. They're about £20 each. Really useful. I first used these, I've been using these for a few years actually, but I first showed these on my stream last year when we were doing a prep last year, and so many people said, oh, that's a great idea, I'm going to do that next year. So if you are doing that this year as a result of watching my streams last year, do let me know. Really versatile. Of course, they're really stable. They are designed for mounting heavy speakers at height, so the heights are adjustable. The tripod bases, really stable, and they work really great for raising fireworks off the ground. So I've got some little top hats, as they're called, underneath. I did have one to show you. I can't remember what I did with that now yesterday. But yeah, little plates underneath that basically sit on top of the stand. I can screw it onto the stand, but then they screw into this wood as well. So these are really secure. So really great way of raising fountains and things off the ground, and relatively inexpensive as well to do. 3D printer guy starts a new job soon, which pays better, so I have to decide which firing system to get. Well, congratulations on your new job, first and foremost. Yeah, and it is a big decision which firing system to go for. It took me a long time to decide on Firetech. I was torn between Cobra and Firetech, and both have their pros, both have their cons. And anyway, I've recently, a couple of months ago, invested in Firetech, and there's some videos and stuff on Firetech on my channel. There's going to be more coming as I kind of learn the system and demonstrate it, because one of the downsides of Firetech is there's very little information out there about it. There's no actual website for it at the moment, which is a bit of a an issue. So trying to find out information about it was really difficult. So I'm kind of taking it upon myself to do some tutorial videos, some in-depth guides to fire tech, to sort of show what the system does. I'm not paid to do that, I'm not sponsored to do that. I'm just kind of doing that on my own back to help other people out who are perhaps interested in firing systems. So if you're considering firing systems, I'm sure you're already subscribed to my channel, but there will be more reviews of the FireTech system, more in-depth guides to the different system components and stuff coming up in the coming weeks and months. So that might aid you in your decision. JLK says, "Who do you pro?" Who do I pro? Do you mean who do I crew for? I don't actually say who I crew for. I crew for a professional company, but I don't say who it is on the streams because they actually have a social media policy in place, which means that like when I'm doing setup and stuff, I can't take photos of setup and put it on social media. I have to get approval from them and do all these kind of, it's quite a restrictive policy. So it's just easy if I just don't mention who I crew for on the streams, but I do crew for a professional company. But this display I'm setting up for in Liverpool is my own display. The one I'm doing in Manchester on Bonfire Night itself is my own display, as opposed to crewing for a professional company for it. So there we go. Yeah, crew for all, can't you say? So there we go. I've hopefully explained that. 3D printing, I'll have to wait for all your tutorial videos first. Yeah, I mean, just don't rush out and buy a firing system because the firing system, okay, the Ignite system is fairly inexpensive, but if you're going to go down the route of Cobra or FireTech or something like that, a professional system, it is a significant investment. It isn't cheap, so it's not a decision you want to rush. You want to get as much information as you can. And whilst there's loads of information out there about Cobra, there's not a lot about FireTech, so I'm hoping to kind of change that, hopefully on my channel. So we'll see. But as I say, I'm not incentivized to do that, so don't think... One of the things I'm adamant about on my channel, and I know it's something that you guys like, is that all my reviews and stuff, everything I say, it's unbiased. I'm not sponsored by anyone. I'm not incentivized to promote certain products over and above other ones or anything like that. So all my reviews, they're all genuine. They're all what I think. And I think I love that integrity of my channel. It's something I'm passionate about maintaining. I have been offered products by some brands. They've basically said, oh, well, here, I will give you some products to fire if you give a favorable review of them. I'm like, that's not what I want to do. Welcome, if you want to give me the products, I will fire them, I will review them, but it's going to be my own review of what I think. I'm not going to say products are good if I don't think they're good. So that's what my channel's about. It's always going to be unbiased. And because I'm not a retailer, I'm not saying retailers do this, but of course there are some retailers that put out videos, reviews and things like that. And at the end of the day, they're doing that because they want to sell their products. And so they're not going to do a review of a product and say, hey, this is a rubbish product, don't buy it, if it's a product that they sell. So because I'm neutral, because I'm not affiliated in that way, I'm not trying to sell fireworks, my reviews are completely unbiased. If I think something's not good, I will say it's not good. If I think something's good, I will say it's good. And I don't have that external pressure of, oh, I've got to put across a certain view. And the same applies to FireTech as well. So I've bought this FireTech system. It's not like being gifted to me if you give a good review. I've invested in this. So, and I think that's one of the things you guys like about my channel, the integrity, and that's something I'm very keen to maintain. So, Craig says really limited info on FireTech. Is it similar price to Cobra? Yes. It is now. At one stage, Cobra was significantly more expensive if you were in the UK because you could buy it, but of course it's in dollars. It gets shipped over from America, but the price you pay doesn't include tax, VAT, didn't include the import duty. And once you add all those things in, the shipping and the import tax and all these VAT, Cobra came crazily expensive, and it was really annoying because, you know, if you lived in America you could buy Cobra for X. If you lived in the UK you'd buy exactly the same system, but it cost you almost double the price of if you were in the States. So I had some conversations with Cobra, and to their credit, this last year they have now introduced special UK door-to-door pricing, which includes shipping and tax and things like that, which I'm really pleased they've done. It has brought the prices down significantly for UK customers. So I'm really pleased to have been able to kind of, I don't want to take credit for instigating that, but have discussions with Cobra of how that could work and what the issues were. And so their pricing is now more accessible, which is great. So it is more comparable now to Firetech. I did kind of work it out on a cost per queue basis. Firetech does work out slightly cheaper than Cobra, even with that kind of door-to-door shipping. But I say both systems have pros, both systems have cons, and it was a toss-up. And I was at one stage going to go Cobra, and then Firetech, Cobra, Firetech, Fire, and I ended up going with Firetech. I haven't regretted that decision yet, but that said, I haven't used it on a live display yet. This is going to be the first display where I use it, and all being well, if it goes well, I'll use it a couple of days later on my Liverpool display. So we'll see. But yeah, the prices are more comparable now than they were, but on a cost per queue basis, Firetech does work out a little bit cheaper in my view. So Baby Lisa, it's illegal to do fireworks up to 11. I hear fireworks after 11. Yes, so it is illegal in the UK to let off fireworks after 11 p.m. at night, unless, excuse me, it's bonfire night, Diwali, Chinese New Year, or New Year's Eve. I think there might be one other as well. Bonfire night, Diwali, Chinese New Year, New Year's Eve. I think there's one more as well, but I can't remember what it is. But anyway, on all those other ones, you can do them up till midnight, apart from New Year's Eve when you can do them up to 1 a.m. But every other day of the year, it can only be 11 o'clock. So it's now 11:15 at night. If you hear fireworks going off in the UK now, they are illegal. JLK Pyronuts says that Firetech is cheaper than Cobra by a big margin. Yeah, I say that it is. That margin has reduced a little bit now with this special UK pricing, but yeah, Firetech does work out cheaper than Cobra. Ignite would suit my needs pretty well right now. Where the future, I mean, you know, Cobra, Ignite is still fairly new. It's only been around 3-4 years maybe. At the time, there was only the 18-channel modules. They have recently, last year, brought out a 36-channel module. If they relax the limits on there only being 6 modules on the system, so you could have more queues, you know, if it could be expandable, maybe it's something that could grow with you. But at the moment, there are still sort of limits on, there are finite limits on the number of queues you can have. Whereas like Cobra and Firetech, you can have, for all intents and purposes, a limitless number of queues. Okay, it's not limitless, but it's in the thousands as opposed to, you know, 100 or so. So it'd be more than you ever need. Local Pyro, I really enjoy your yearly recap of the Firework Awards. Lots of great info on the consumer market. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm really privileged and honoured to be presenting the Firework Awards. I've presented that now for the past few years. And how it came about, the Firework Awards have been going now for about 5 years, I think, 4 years, 5 years. And if you're not familiar with them, it's basically, it celebrates the best fireworks that are available to consumers in the UK, and it's voted for by the public. The first year that happened, I wasn't really involved, but I did a video on my channel kind of showing the videos of the winners and things like that. And anyway, the organisers, the UK Firework Alliance, who organised the Firework Awards, saw that video and said, that's really good, we really like that. Would you like to announce the awards on your channel, exclusively, next year? I'm like, yeah, I'm up for that. And so for the past 3-4 years now, I've been the one to announce the winners, which has been an absolute privilege. So yeah, I do like a 30-minute kind of awards ceremony. I did it, it went out on YouTube kind of as a premiere last month, I think now. And a lot of work goes into that video. There's so many edits and cuts and things in transitions and things in that. It takes me weeks to edit that. But thanks, I appreciate that you enjoy that. So thank you for that. And it's an honour for me to be involved in the Firework Awards in that way. Yeah, there we go. Right. So this board is done. I say I wanted to finish at midnight. We are 40 minutes away from that. Let's make a start on this one and see how far we get. Let's see if we can get this one done in 40 minutes. I'm going to need another drink though. My throat is starting to give. Right. Okay, so this one, we need to tape stuff down first, don't we? Let's come around the front and do the little fountains. Do the strobe on first. And then we'll do these little traffic light ones. That bent back enough, yep, that's good. So there's the red one. Yellow one, and the green one's going to slot in there. Just move that out of the way a second so I can get this around the back. That's good. The crickets one, I mustn't forget this time to take the double-sided tape I've put on the bottom of that off first. Stick that down. In fact, I'm also going to do that on this one as well now whilst I remember, so we don't forget. This is Hocus Pocus. I love that this is back. It went away for a number of years. It's back for 2024, which is great. Always a crowd pleaser, that one. Good. Right, so let's tape up the crickets fountain. Like so. I have actually done something slightly different on this board. If you're watching the stream yesterday, we had these little, let me see if I've got one here. These little 100-shot candles from Skycrafter, cheap and cheerful, but they do the job. And they come with these plastic bases, which are a bit of a nightmare because it quite often means the candle's at an angle. And the one I had yesterday was a bit of a jaunty angle, so we snapped this off, which was quite difficult to get off, but it came off. This one on here was a little bit more straight. So what I've actually done, I've actually kept this bit on, and I've put the brackets on over the top. So the brackets are screwed down here and up against the side. So it's still rigid and still support, but it's vertical, and I've not needed to take the base off this time. So that works out okay. I had to take it off this one because the angle of it was just wrong. Right, okay, let's get that one taped in. Again, apologies for having my back to the camera. Highly unprofessional, I know. I'm sure you guys understand that. It's just a little easier to do it this side rather than try and have to reach across all these candles at the back. That's good. And then we need to get a Hocus Pocus in, taped down. Like so. Great, so everything is taped down on that now. Oh, apart from we need to get the blue Bengal flame on at the back as well. Let's seat that there and get that on. Nice. 3D Printer Guy says it's amazing to watch the progress and the setup. Yeah, do you know what? I should kind of, after this live stream's finished and it's all done, I should do like a time lapse thing, shouldn't I? Condense like the whole 3-hour stream down into like 30 seconds. And if this Liverpool show is separate from the pro company you crew for, how do you secure gigs like that on a solo basis? Well, it's a lot of it is word of mouth. Where I'm doing this in Liverpool, it's actually at a church. And when I lived in Liverpool, because I lived in Liverpool for a decade and worked in Liverpool for a decade, it's a lovely city. I kind of see it as my second home. But I actually attended the church where this display is at. And so that's how they know that I was into pyro. And they said, can you do pyro? I'm like, yeah, I can do pyro. And I put on a show. I think the first year they were doing the display, I think their warden was going to be doing the display. And I sort of said to the vicar, I was like, do you know I do fireworks professionally? Like, can I help? And they're like, you can do it if you want. I'm like, yeah, cool, okay. So I think I had about 5 days notice. And I didn't have an electronic firing system there, so I had to rush out and get the best I could from supermarkets and stuff at that time, because there wasn't enough time to order from specialist shops and things like that. And I put on a display, and they've asked me back every year to do the display since. So I think this is maybe the 8th time I've done the display. This one, maybe. The one I'm doing close to home in Manchester, there's a local charity that I help out for, and they found out that I do fireworks, and I was like, I'd love to do a firework display for the local community, because there's nothing in this area now. There used to be some big council ones. Manchester City Council used to put on big public displays up in Heaton Park in North Manchester and Wythenshawe Park in South Manchester, and they cancelled those with COVID, understandably. But ever since COVID, they've not put them on because, you know, this, that, and the other excuse. So there's nothing in this area, this immediate area, public display. So I really, for years, I've wanted to put on a community display for my local community, and this year I've been given the opportunity to do that. So yeah, how I get involved doing this is basically word of mouth. It's people finding out that, oh, you do fireworks professionally. Oh, right, could you do a firework display for us? So, like, yeah, so why not? I think in your next stream, you should fire these tables to make sure they work, and you can reload them afterwards. So yeah, because I've got 2 displays with a day between them. I've built another set of these 5 boards. They've not got anything on them yet. They're kind of sat over there. So once these are done, I'll take all these off. These are great because these will just come off and just stand on the floor nice and flat. Put the other boards on, and I'll assemble those ones as well. Whether I'll do that on the next stream, I don't know. We might change things up, because in addition to doing those fountain boards, I've got to waterproof some cakes, prep some cakes. I've also got some candle frames that I've built for my Manchester show. In fact, I might be able to show you one of those. Let me get it from over here. Because again, my show in Manchester, all the fireworks, well, none of the fireworks can really be on the ground because it's a football pitch, got to protect the ground. So I've been building these candle frames that I'm going to mount candles on. So I'll probably do that on a stream as well. I've got 2 of these, I've got 3 of them, 2 like this, another one. So I've got to get some candles attached to those. So we'll do that on a stream. So yeah, still plenty to do. I will do as much of it on the stream for you guys as I can, but obviously if I fall behind, I am going to have to do some stuff off stream to catch back up, which I'm sure you guys can appreciate. But I want to try and keep it interesting. I don't want it to get, it's like, oh, he's doing fountains again. So we are going to do some candles. We are going to do some cakes coming up in streams as well over the next week or so. Sparky Power had Hocus Pocus in 2020. Nice mine. Yeah, it is. It's a fountain / mine combination. It starts off with a fountain, does a mine effect halfway through, well, a third of the way through, goes back to a fountain, does another mine, another fountain, another mine. But the mines are good. They're enough to grab the audience's attention, but not big enough to scare little kids. So the display I'm doing, again, there's going to be lots of families and stuff there, lots of young kids. So it's a really novel fountain. They don't expect it to suddenly erupt with a mine effect, so it goes down well with audiences in the past when I've done it. But I say it's not been available for a number of years. It's now back for 2024, which is great. Wakefield Fireworks have an awesome deal on Ignite at the minute. It's too far away to collect, and the 22 delivery spoils the offer. Yeah, there are a number of different retailers that have Ignite on offer at various different times during the year. How many Brexits are you using in your Liverpool finale? 1 Brexit. Again, so my Liverpool display space is really limited. So everything is Cat 2. There's no Cat 3 in this display, and I limit myself. I don't do anything that's got 30mm tubes. 20mm, most stuff's 20mm. There's a couple of bits like Brexit that are 25 for the finale. So 1 Brexit as part of the finale. It's not going to be that on its own. It's going to be these crackle mines. It's going to be it's going to be some gemstone fireballs. It's going to be a few different things going off at once. But just 1 Brexit in that. In my Manchester display, I don't want to give too much away about the finale, but there's going to be 2 Ghost Riders as part of that. Ghost Riders are quite similar to the Celtic Brexit. Well, it's still by Celtic, same sort of setup, but they tend to be red rather than the sort of the brocades. So yeah, there's going to be 2 of those in the finale as part of the finale for that. So there we go. Right. Okay, so we've got everything taped down. We've got half an hour to get some talons connected. Let's see if we can get this board done. Be great if we can. And then I need to get to bed because, as I say, I'm working a 12-hour day tomorrow for a conference I've just found out about that they need a sound guy for. So that's my task tomorrow. You know, it pays the bills, so it needs to be done. Okay, I think we'll go around this side to clip these in. Just spotted a little mistake on a cake. It says Cat 2, but the minimum age is 16. I will send you. Interesting. That's interesting. Is it got the is it the old BS standard on there? Is it a really old cake? Or has it got the EN standard, the 19, whatever it is? Off the top of my head, I can't remember. Let me look on a firework. I'll sound all like I know what I'm talking about. 1395. Yeah, that's interesting. If it says minimum age of supply 16. Oh, is it an F1 piece? Like, for example, like so party poppers, sparklers, indoor ice fountains that you put on top of birthday cakes and stuff. They're all F1, and you can be 16 to buy those. I'd be surprised if it's an F2 or F3 piece and it says minimum age 16. But yeah, send me a picture. I would be interested in seeing that for sure. Right, there's the red one. The yellow one. Probably could have got that a little bit closer. There we go. And then the green one. Let's go around the back and plug those in. So red goes into 1. Down here. Excuse me for a minute whilst I'm not intentionally hiding from you guys. It's just the connections are kind of on this side of the boards. So there's that one. The yellow one is this one going into channel 2. And the green into channel 3. Like so. Right, so let's remove the fuse covers on the little cricket fountain and on Hocus Pocus. That didn't remove it very easily. Sometimes these little orange fuse covers come off really easily. Other times they don't have the little bit of protective paper in the middle, so the whole thing is a sticker. And I'll show you what I mean. If I bring these to the camera, you can see. So a lot of fireworks have these little orange fuse covers. The fuse cover, the fuse itself is under there, and you peel this centre bit off. This centre bit shouldn't be sticky. You pull that off, and then it exposes the fuse like that. So it should be that those two bits are sticky and this bit's not. Sometimes though you get it so this bit is sticky as well, and so it's an absolute nightmare to get these off. F2 16 shots, 176 grams. Interesting. Yeah, I'd be interested to see a picture of that. I don't see any BS code. I'll send it over to, yeah, send me a picture of the label. That would be interesting. Right, so let's release the fuse. Hashtag release the fuse. What was the hashtag I had the other day on one of my videos? Oh yeah, hashtag lulls in the beans or something like that, wasn't it? It was funny at the time. There we go. Okay, let's get some talons on those. On that one, we'll work out where that plugs in a minute. One on that one. We'll work out where that one plugs in a minute as well. And one on this one, which I might need to come around that side to do, rather than reach over all these tall fireworks at the back. That one can go on there, that's good. Right, let's see where they are going. So the crickets one goes in to 10. That's this one. The snappy one goes into 14. Like so, and Hocus Pocus goes in to 11. Like so, that's good. Right, so let's do the Bengal flame at the back. I think from memory that's going into 16. Yes, it is. go. 3D printer guy has sent that over. Let me have a little look. See if I can get that up here to have a look at. Let's have a little look. Here are the pictures from the, right, let's, yeah, minimum age 16, that's interesting, yeah. Huh. That is really interesting. So normally, when European fireworks, because obviously RD is a French brand, when they come into the country, whoever imports them, I'm not sure who actually imports RD. It might be Wayne, it might be Pete, I don't know. I'll try and find out. But normally when stuff comes in, like, I mean, if we take, for example, the Yorgi SOS fountains here, let me bring these round. These are, Yorgi is Polish, I think. And so, you know, it has all the instructions in Polish and Romanian and Latvian and Italian and German. If the instructions are not in English, or indeed if the instructions are wrong, then the importer will normally stick a label over, like has happened here, with the actual correct information on. So I'm a little bit surprised that those RD1s haven't had a label stuck over by the importer to say minimum age 18. That's interesting. Yeah, I appreciate you sending me those photos. Thanks for that. In fact, let me just have a little, talking about sticking labels over, I'm a little bit curious on the oh yeah, they've changed it now, yeah. On the so I was just looking at the Goldilocks fountain from Vivid, which was new last year. Hands on this and fire it, and there were some horrible typos on the safety information, to the point where Vivid had to send out labels for them all to be stuck over. It looks like they've fixed it now. I've got a photo of it somewhere. I will share it at some point. But yeah, it looks like they fixed it this time. Last year, yeah, the safety instructions didn't make any sense. They were just gobbledygook, letters missing and all sorts. So it's nice to see that they fixed that. But yeah, thanks for sending me those photos. That's really interesting. 3D printer guy, I've looked at some of the Leslie classic ones, and they either have labels or are correct. Yeah. So I say, I'm surprised. I'm not sure. Does anybody in the chat know who's importing the RD stuff? I'm not sure who it is that's importing RD. It might be Wayne, the fireworks shop. It could be Powder Keg Pete. But yes, I'm surprised they've not picked that up on the label. So I'll find out who's imported. I might shoot them a little message. Okay, cool. Right, let's get back to these. We've got that connected. We just need to connect in stuff at the top now. So these two diamond Firestorm candles. Let's try and find where the fuse is on these. There it is. And on this side. See, these have these orange little fuse labels on, but they're underneath the cellophane, so not the easiest to get to. Right, there it is. Let's get some of this excess stuff off. There we go. So we'll take the covers off those. We'll take the covers off these little Vulcan mines as well. go. Right, so we're using the 1 metre talons on these because they're a little bit further away from where I need to connect them. And we're doing these in parallel. If you weren't watching the stream earlier, if you need to do multiple talons on the same channel, you should always do them in parallel wiring rather than series. I'm not going to explain the difference between parallel and series again, but if you want to know that, just rewatch this stream and we cover it in some depth. Right, so Firestorm, let's see what channel that's going into on my plan. They are going in to 15. So I'm going to pull the igniter wires apart, just separate them a little bit on both of these. Like so. And then twist one end of each together. And do the same with the other end. And these are going into 15 on my firing system. That's good. And then one's going to come up here and clip on to that one. And the other one's going to come up here and clip on to the one on this side. So they're both wired into the same channel in parallel, so in theory they should both fire near enough together. And we need to do the same with these mines. Again, the fuses are really, some of these really loose. Not on all of them, but some of them. That's interesting. This one's got 2 fuses. It's got a really tiny, it's got a normal width fuse here and then like a really tiny fuse as well. Bizarre. Right, so this one that's really loose, I'm going to use some of my tape match. If you weren't watching earlier, tape match is basically like sellotape, but it has a row of a line of black powder down it. It behaves a bit like quick match, but it's useful for situations like this for holding in loose fuses. So I'm going to cut just a tiny bit of this off. Like that, and I'm going to sort of bend it back on itself so I can squash it down this tube like that. I'm then going to use my brass awl. Why is it brass? Well, because it's non-sparking. Push that down there. That fuse is still a bit loose. Let's put some more in. Bit of a stupid question, says 3D printer guy, can I still use it as it doesn't have any CE markings on it? Did it not have any CE markings on it either? Let's have a little look. Let me look back at the photos. It does. It must have CE. Yes, it does have CE markings on it. Yeah, it has CE markings on it. I can see it on the first photo you sent in the top right corner. It has CE marking on it, so that's fine. Of course, now that the UK have left the EU, again, I don't really talk politics on this channel because it's, you know, it's not worth the hassle. But CE marks are still valid, even though it's a European thing. They are starting to be slowly replaced by UK CA marking. So, for example, this Oh So Quiet fountain from Standard. This doesn't have a CE mark on anymore. Instead, it has a UK CA mark. Some products will have both. Let me see if I can find one that has both on. Either is fine, whether it has CE, whether it has UK CA, whether it has both on. They're absolutely fine. I can't actually see one instantly that has both markings on, but yeah, they're still valid. 3D printer guy says, oh, it does, long day today, not looking properly. No worries, in the corner I missed that. That's fine, don't worry, mate. Right, that's fuses in securely now, so we can get a couple more of the 1 meter talons and get these connected in. And it's now 10 to midnight. I am going to be stopping at midnight tonight, regardless of whether we get this done or not. If you're just joining me, like, why is he stopping at midnight? Why is he not going for 4.5 hours again? Well, actually, I started at 8, didn't I? So it will have been 4 hours. I'm actually working tomorrow. I've got a gig tomorrow. I'm doing a sound for a conference, and the call time is 6:30 a.m., which I found out today. But I can't complain because it pays the bills and I enjoy doing it. So, but yeah, 6 a.m. start. It's expected to finish at 6:30 in the evening. So, 12-hour day tomorrow. So I'm going to need to get some sleep in a bit. As much as I would love to carry on doing this. But don't worry, because this won't be the last live stream from me. There will be more coming up. There might not be one tomorrow evening, because after a 12-hour day, I don't know if I'm going to be up for streaming, especially because I'm not 100%. I'm full of a cold as well at the moment. So there probably won't be a live stream tomorrow, but there may well be one on Sunday evening, and I'm sure there'll be some next week as well, because I've got a lot to do. 2 displays to get ready. One for a week on Sunday and one for a week on Tuesday on Bonfire Night itself. Right, what am I connecting these to? I can't remember what number we're up to on here. So the crackle mines are going into 12. Yep. There's one. There's the other. Let's do the strobe mines as well, so I need a couple more. "3D printer guy says sleep is important, mate. We can all wait till next time. It has been a great 4 hours. Yes, sleep is important. I have a 3-year-old daughter as well who has a habit of waking up pretty early in the morning, so she'll probably be awake before me. But because I work in the event industry, I'm used to getting very little sleep. And most of the work I do, and certainly with fireworks stuff, you're doing firework displays, you're not doing those during the daytime, are you? You're normally doing them at night and having to do a clear up. And so I'm used to working late at night. I'm used to working all kinds of crazy hours, and used to not getting, I can't remember the last time I got an 8-hour sleep. I tend to get maybe 5 hours a night and then power nap, have a bit of a nap during the daytime, and that's kind of usually enough to get me through. But 12-hour day today. Tomorrow is going to be tomorrow. Well, it is tomorrow, just about. It will be tomorrow. Is a long day. It's not the longest day I've worked. I think the longest continuous shift I did, I was 17 hours. I think I did continuous, and wow, that was a killer. So tomorrow should only be 12. So, but yes, it was a bit of a last minute call on this one. I got a call for it, I think yesterday, Thursday, saying, "Hey Mark, I know it's short notice, but would you be available on Saturday to do a gig?" Yeah, all right, what time? Oh, I think it'd be about 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, okay, not bad. Got a message today saying, actually, client wants to get there for 6:30. Is that all right? Yes. Right, this one's going into 13. So over this really weird fuse that's got kind of 2 fuses, I want to get it around the main one. Might be able to get both in there. In fact, there we go. And then this one on here. There we go. So everything on this board now is fused. Obviously, I still need to foil top them all. I think, given that it's now 4 minutes till midnight, I will do that another time off stream, if that's okay with you guys, because we have been going nearly 4 hours and I do need sleep. JLK Paranut do want a free crew member on the Sunday show, Mark. Well, I do actually have somebody helping me with that, but I really appreciate the offer for that, Jason. And when I do some more shows, I will certainly bear you in mind. So really appreciate the offer, though, on that. Thank you. And there's 17 people watching as well now. So if you're just joining me, I'm about to end the stream. Sorry. But you can rewind this stream right now. You can rewind it. And even after the stream's finished, you can go back and watch it again. There's also a stream from yesterday as well, if you want to catch up on that. That was 4.5 hours long. This one's only 4 hours. Only 4 hours. I've done 8.5 hours streaming over the last 2 days with a sore throat and a cold. So that's not bad. But yeah, my name is Mark. Thanks for your company tonight. If you're new and you've not subscribed to my channel and you've enjoyed this video, maybe you've been watching or listening in the background, please do consider clicking the subscribe button to be notified when I go live again. Big thank you as well to 3D Printer Guy for the little tip, the little donation, the super chat that you gave earlier. That was really very much appreciated. Not expected, but appreciated. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that, genuinely. Craig says, any chance you could read your email out, Mark? Still can't find it. I understand if not. Yeah, okay, I will read it out. It's Great Marko, all one word, at outlook.com. That's the one and only time I'll mention it, because it is on my channel, but I appreciate it's difficult to find. So Great Marko at outlook.com if you want to email me. That's fine. 3D Printer Guy, if you ever need more people, I would make a 2 to 3 hour drive, anything for fireworks or meeting like-minded people. Thank you for the offer. I'm loving this love tonight, guys. Thank you. Everybody wanting to muck in and help, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And I will certainly bear this in mind for the future, both JLK Pyronut and 3D Printer Guy. Thank you, guys. Local Pyro says, thanks for a fun stream. Pyro never gets boring. Yeah, thanks. And thanks for being here. And I'm pleased it's been educational as well as fun. I know some of you said, oh, that's a good idea. Thanks for the tip. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see what else people are saying. 3D Printer Guy says, take care, Mark, and have a great night. Thank you. Sparky Power says, looking forward to the next one. Yeah, probably won't be tomorrow, realistically. May well be one on Sunday night, though. So watch this space. But again, if you subscribe to my channel and enable notifications, enable all notifications, then you'll get notified when I go live. Because I don't run, I know some channels like have a schedule, they go live every whatever number day at X amount of time, but I just kind of go live as and when. So you'll miss it. You might miss it if you don't subscribe to my channel and enable notifications. So please consider doing that. Heather Springer is still here. It's been great watching you, Mr. Marko. Thanks, Heather. I appreciate your company on my stream tonight. Amazing. Yeah, so at 1 minute to midnight, I said I was going to finish at midnight, and we're 1 minute away from that. So I am going to wrap this up now, guys. I really do appreciate your company tonight. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's been a lot of fun. I hope it's been fun for you too. And I'll see you on the next stream, which will probably be Sunday. Until then, have a great Saturday, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, what's left of it, and I'll see you all again soon. Thanks, everybody. Take care. See you. Bye.